anomalous phenomena.
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Who are they? Where are they from? And what is their intent?
All questions that immediately come to mind with the mention of UFOs.
A Pentagon report is detailing a dramatic increase in UFO sightings, more than 350 since 2021. Many of them are explained as being drones, birds, or weather events, but about half of them remain unexplained.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA.
Oh my gosh.
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
This video taken by the Navy showing what he describes as pyramid-shaped UFOs flying over the USS Russell off the San Diego coast in July of 2019. The Pentagon has since confirmed that the video is authentic.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection. Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week. Our correspondents in Los Angeles and Chicago have been in contact with Army officials endeavoring to obtain all possible late information. Joe Wilson reports to us now from Chicago. The Army may be getting to the bottom of all this talk about the so-called flying saucers. As a matter of fact, the 509th Atomic Bomb Group headquarters at Roswell, New Mexico, reports that it has received one of the discs which landed on a ranch outside Roswell. The disc landed at a ranch at Corona, New Mexico, and the rancher turned it over to the Air Force. Rancher W.W. Brazil is the man who discovered the saucer.
There's footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are.
More people are coming forward with their own sightings.
Videos recorded by U.S. Navy personnel have added a new layer of evidence to the current national debate about UFOs.
Right at that moment, I saw what looked like 5 lights flying in formation in kind of an inverted check mark.
The NASA independent study team did not find any evidence that UAP have an extraterrestrial origin. We don't know what these UAP are.
The mysterious flying objects are still a mystery. NASA will continue investigating them and has appointed a director of UAP research.
Technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had.
Truth Seekers! It is Wednesday. I want to welcome you here to Roderick Martin's High Strangeness. And as always, you could have been any other place tonight, but you chose to be right here, right now. And with that being said, I'm going to serve you. Now, how I'm going to do that? I'm glad you asked. But first of all, let me take the opportunity to bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the 24 time zones that this show airs. And I got a lot of things to talk to you tonight. I'm located in that jumbo state. This is where those UFOs come out to play. It's a Texas thing, y'all. And everything in Texas runs big. But either way, put the children to bed, because what we're going to be talking about tonight is not PG at all. All right, you got your warning. I done told you. I know you're ready. I know I didn't tell you that I'm going to be the boldest, baffling, belligerent YouTube channel in the world, creating captivating conversations that'll certainly cause controversy. And I did that this weekend for the whole community. And I'll share that with you later. But in the meantime, I'm going to get my notes together because we're going to be talking about who's walking among you and how they should be is, and I know it for a fact. But anyway, so I haven't seen you guys in a week. I miss you. I really do. Well, I did come Friday, but I really miss you. So anyway, love to the community. Love to you. Give everybody a hug. Give me a hug. I need a lot of hugs, yes. I'm excited. I got a lot of energy. Got a lot of success. And there's a lot of shit happening. Yeah, I just want to rock that. I just wanted to rock it with you all so we can set this show up tonight. And I'm just telling you right now, so let me put some things in perspective. This weekend was a beautiful weekend. Got a lot to going to share with you. We're going to talk about the show for the first hour or so. Then I'm going to take you into this past weekend at the UFO Fest. I got a lot of videos, some photos, and some hell of a stories to tell you and how the mission was completed without static. Yeah, it was a lot of static. There was some pushback. There was some things that I went through that not the ordinary person could do, but I'm here and I did it. And thanks to you all, the energy was behind me. But in the meantime, we're going to talk about aliens. And then we're talking about, could they be living among you? Absolutely. Actually, I found that out myself for sure, for real. But anyway, that's another conversation for my inner circle. But either way, be excited that disclosure is happening. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. Be excited that the fact that the aliens walk among us, and they've been doing that. I'm going to twist some things around that I've been teaching our community for quite some time. I'm going to add to some things that further development of studies that I think that you're going to like for that. But like I said already, you could be an alien. Your husband could be an alien. Your wife could be an alien. How could your kids be an alien? Yes, even though you had them, they could be an alien. And your boss could be an alien. Your neighbor could have been an alien. Your students, your teachers, your buddies. I don't know about your dog. I don't think an alien will pick a dog, but if he could, it'll be a German Shepherd. Either way, let's get ready to rock this thing. Let's do it. Yes. All right, I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit because I just wanted to be dramatic about what's going on. First of all, I want y'all to know you're viewing greatness here. I really am. And my greatness showed up this past weekend in a huge and profound way. And like I said, I can't wait to share that with you later. And it was also a profound moment to know that when you're on the right track and you're supposed to be doing what you're doing, you're going to find out and everybody's going to let you know in such one of the greatest ways and things from there. I'll give y'all a short story. I'm telling you, I may hint a little bit later in about the second hour. Everybody's here now. You do not want to miss what I may have to tell you later, okay? So I'm not telling you to stay on, but I'm telling you, you should hear it, okay? And we'll talk about that. So the first thing is to absolutely say that the possibility of extraterrestrials living and walking among us is probably 100,000%. And you've heard me say a lot of things. You heard me do a lot of stories and talk about Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, let's make man in our image, in the likenesses of ourselves. And I was like, who said that? Could it be plural, our, and all of this? And yes, I've done major studies, had many other conversations, and I think I need to add on to that before we get into what we're talking about. So let me first put that scripture up for you, and we're going to go deeper. And then I'll give a shout out to those of you who are here already from that. But and again, if you're here for the first time, welcome, welcome, welcome. And I won't disappoint you because we do a little more reality logic here. So let's get started, hop right into this. Genesis 1 through 28. Now, I usually focus on 1:26. Most of you know that. And I will stop there. But I'm inclined now, after further teaching and studying and other conversations that I've had, that I need to tell you the rest of the story. I need to give you the rest of the point of view so that this conversation that we're going to have tonight is going to resonate with you or awaken the possibilities to the curiosity that your eyes are useless when your mind is blind, that you're going to open it up. Because like we know, the mind is like a parachute. It works best when it is open. And we're going to set it. So let's get back right here. Genesis 1:28 is, then God said, let's make man in our image, in our likenesses, and let them rule over the fish, the sea, the birds, the air, over the livestock, and over the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him, male, female, and created them. And then God blessed them and said to them, be fruitful, increase the number, fill the earth, subdue it, rule over the fish, the sea, the birds, and everything else in there. Now, reason why I said this, not that we're having church, but if you feel like church and you want to do some things right now. All right, so first of all, I just got a good old contribution that just tells me that this is going to be a wild night tonight. So y'all give Kevin a shout out twice, 10 times over. Yeah, and I'll give him an honorary shout out, you know, and if my ladies are in the house, give him a pole dance and all. I mean, just give him the good welcome to everything, okay? I just want y'all to know. And if you marry and all that, I'm not talking to you. If you got a boyfriend, I'm not talking to you. If that ain't your style, I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking about the ones who will take one for the team and give him a special privilege. Because let me tell you something. I'm gonna be able to take all of y'all out tonight. All right, and thank you very. But he might have been reading my mind because we got a lot of work to do. We really got a lot of work to do. So let me hop right back into this. The first thing I want to talk about, like I said, is Genesis 1:26, let's make man. Now, I've always said that, I've always thought that it wasn't God talking. It had to be in a group of aliens. And I can prove all of that as we continue on in our relationships as a community. The other part of this was the second part when he said, let's go and replenish and you're going to do some things. Now, what that really meant now that I've studied is that man was already here. Okay. And this is how we're going to get into our conversation tonight. Could they walk among us? There was some type of man walking among us. There was some type of, Neanderthal type man, bipedal, of course, walking among us prior to the Anunnakis, prior to whoever got here. Okay, safe to say that. So whenever this God, and then also when I started looking up in the Bible that God is not the God that we're thinking about, Elohim, and there are just so many other things we're going to get into later on down the road. But the whole point is, if that was I think that wasn't the King James version, but there was another version that was like, go and replenish. Same thing they told Noah and his family, go replenish. Replenish definitely means we were already here, go back and redo this thing, especially after the flood, right? But anyway, let's go back to here. When you start thinking about it, the gods was the aliens or some type of alien species. And the fact that they said, let's make men in our image, in the likenesses of us, that is like poor point to the point that this is why I always say when people used to ask me, Roderick, what do they look like? And I would say, well, what if we look like them? And if that is the case, then those gods that created all of this is walking among us. I know I don't tick some few people off now. I know somebody's going to unsubscribe, and I'm not trying to have church. I'm not going against Christianity. I'm not saying it doesn't exist other than that, because I'm a curious Christian. Okay, that's my terminology here, the whole 9 yards. So I'm just telling you that the point of the matter is that somebody created men in this version of us, this DNA version that has been altered 64 times, and now saying that we want them to look like us so they can then secretly walk around us and all of those things. How do I fucking know? Hang around another hour, you just might get something you won't be able to handle, okay? But anyway, I'm saying to you at this point, that is the deal. Now, if that's the deal, why are we going to have problems with the community and the public accepting the fact that that is some truths in that? There is some situations where someone is walking among us, or they, or whoever, and the fact now that we can say that there's hybrids and there's people all over the place. And all right, so here's the deal. Let's talk about that. Let's see what we got. First of all, let me give a shout out to some of you people in the chat today. All right. And I just want to say thank you. Oh, I can keep scrolling. I'm a little late, but let's kind of go. We got some members. Philly Cat been here for 3 months. Bob been a member for 10 months. Rainbow Light Warrior. So anyway, we got Melanated Brown in the house. I'm just going to go with the social dig. Looks like he's in the house. Rob is here. And you know what, Sandra, I'm just going to keep going and keep talking because I waited too late. There's a lot of y'all in here, and I just don't want, if I miss any of you, I don't want you to take it personal. Just charge it to the head from there, and not the heart. All right, so basically, what happens? And let's start with the government itself. Is the government finally ready to reveal the truth about the aliens? That's the first question that I would throw out there to all of you to really get some thought about it. And if you haven't been keeping up in the news, the Vatican this past Friday had a press conference a little bit and start talking about the correlation between all of these stuff, demons, spiritual, the spirit world, and all of this in one. And also kind of said, well, hey, the spirits or the aliens or anybody, we're going to baptize them in so many words into Christianity just like else. Why are they pushing that narrative? Now, Tucker Carlson, he was on Joe Rogan. And if you didn't go see that about a month ago, go watch it. He, out of all people who've done a lot of stories on this, is saying he's bagging the F up from this thing. And not so much quitting it, but he's to a point that he's not sharing with his wife, the one he sleeps with, the one who giving him caboodles at night. And maybe they done made little Tucker Carlsons from what they do. I don't know if he got children. But what I'm saying is the woman who's in the bed with him, he said he's not going to lean over and whisper and tell her the stories of the extraterrestrials and aliens because it's too horrible. It's too much for her to probably fathom because it goes deeper than spaceships. It goes deeper than little green men, and it goes deeper than the ones with the gray suits and all of that. It's now interdimensional, possibly. It's also spirits. It's also demons. It's also portals. It's just so much stuff. This thing is big, and it's why we can call it high strangeness at the end of the day. So how about we go that route? So the whole point of this is the government finally ready to reveal the truth? Now, maybe they are, but the possibility of this is not so much of the government. It's going to come all the way back to you, the listeners. Are you ready to hear it? Now, I'm going to show you in about an hour of 20,000 people who will probably be delighted to hear the fact that the aliens are here walking among us. But I'm also going to bring you some notice to the fact that who wasn't there, who wasn't looking at all of that, and who's probably not in the know of what's going on. So the fact of the matter is they are rolling out a soft disclosure. There is something happening among the whole elites and everything when it comes down to this. And there are bigger things that we need to probably think about when it comes down to this phenomenon. Now, is it a great place for us to be? Absolutely. If you're a person into this high strange stuff, welcome home. Welcome home. But if not, it's not for the faint of heart. It's not for the people who can't comprehend when you look up to the skies that there's something else out there. It's not for the people who, saying, whatever, these are demons. And it's a little bit of everybody. It's a little bit of everything. I'm just going to let you know, ain't none of you wrong. We're no longer going to say this person is wrong, this person is wrong, this person is wrong the way they see it. Everybody has some absolute truth, and there could be things that are true at the same time. It really can. In this case, all that shit is probably true. The other part is, what are the implications of widespread acceptance of extraterrestrial existence? Now, we can pretty much say that there won't be a acceptance across the board. It's just not going to be. People cannot stretch their mind. A person can. A few people probably could, but a crowd of people that are now instigated by other things and influenced by other things ain't going to be able to accept the fact that aliens and extraterrestrials are in your vicinity. Now, I am going to tell you this, and listen to me, and I'm not making this up to you. There is a hell of a possibility that your neighbor, as I said in the beginning of this show, the person across the street waving at you, the person that living somewhere else. Now, I will say this, though. If I was an extraterrestrial and I was from another place and I had some higher intelligence and higher connectivity to things, I wouldn't probably be living where Roderick is living right now. I wouldn't be living, in the vicinity. I would probably take myself on up to what we call North Dallas here, where the big $1 million homes, because why not? I'm just not going to, there's no need for me to live like a pauper or, a little small house or, a cottage or something. If I got knowledge and information, I'm just going to exploit that stuff, right? But maybe not. Maybe they don't care about the material things that we care about, and maybe it is about some energetic love that we should be caring about, but we don't. But once again, your neighbor, your brother, And you might say, but Roderick, how can my brother be an alien? Because my mom and daddy had me, and I'm not an alien, but he could be an alien. Well, they have this idea that when they do come and they wanted to snatch a fetus, they have a way of swapping these things out. They have a way of coming in, taking the fetus, implant and alter the DNA, put it right back within like that, and then all of a sudden mom is having an alien baby, which is your brother. Right? Because that's the introduction that you're going to get. Well, it happens. Now we want to talk about the royal bloodlines and all of this stuff. We'll get into that in another show more deeply, because once again, now I am convinced that all of this stuff is right here among us, and you want to be ready to go. I'm telling you. Yes, I am wearing a light blue high strangeness shirt and the SLML. Thank you, Judith, for that. Another part is this: could disclosure movement be deliberate distraction of genuine steps toward transparency? Now, I've always said it. The rules of disclosure will never go away. Will they always tell us everything? Absolutely not. And I will say that what we're pushing for as humans and what we want, the truth that we're seeking, the question is, are we ready and can we handle it, right? And I'm saying this to everybody because as I go deeper and deeper and deeper, and if you go and keep searching and you take yourself beyond what most people are talking about, and you get yourself into the other dark areas of what's happening in the truth, it may not have you sleeping that night. And I'm not telling you to be in fear. No, it's just going to expand your mind to a point that you're going to be like, good Lord, what's done got in here? What's this download that I have? What's this? How do I proceed the next steps? How do I look at the world the same as I did yesterday? And now it's totally different because I have a new set of knowledge eyes that I'm using. And it's just that profound. But what I'm also saying is this: everything is right in front of us. Everything is right in front of us. Everything I'm talking about is right in front of us. We just can't see it. We just can't see the dimensions and through vibrations and all these things. But there are other things happening right now in front of us. There are other people, aliens, entities, or whatever, who are watching me speak right now to you, probably in my face, because I can't see them. And there may be some whispering out to me, you go, boy. You never know. But you never know. I'm just saying. But the other part of this, again, we can get back to what is happening right now. What is happening right now is huge. And what I'm going to share with you all on the second hour, the event, Project Black, speaking to hundreds and hundreds of people, and the sentiment of where we're going with this, it was the biggest weekend I've ever had, okay? And the most profound stuff, like I said, I'll give y'all all the details the second hour. I got photos and pictures and how wild it was. But I'm also going to tell you, baby, we are up against a battlefront. We are up against a battlefront because I had some people right in my face. And this is where I know that we're going to have to get to a point where my community, the truth seekers, when I start going on these trips, y'all ass is going to have to come. And I'm talking 10, 15, 20, entourage, because when I tell you I could have used you all this weekend, shoot. But, hey, I stood firm, though. All right, so the other part of this is, what are some of these signs and signals that the aliens could be hiding in plain sight? Well, this is the part where I was talking to you all about the fact that in that scripture that says the fact that we were designed to look like them, and that was done on purpose so that they can walk among us and they can actually do this. And some of the things in plain sight I will tell you is you have to kind of look at, you know, their actions, their movement, how they perceive things. There's other little stuff in innuendos. Yeah, okay, we're not talking about shape-shifting eyes, because what we're told is everybody is reptilians and everything else. That's not true, because there are so many different, from Palladians to the Star Seeds to Galactic Federation and all of this stuff. And it is something that is off the chart when it comes down to this. Now, when we talk about this, for example, what signs of behaviors may indicate someone isn't entirely human. Now, I will say this. It's going to be part of the conversation. I think if you were to sit down in front of someone, you're going to recognize from that point of conversation. You may recognize in this tonality. They may have some type of aura around them so that you will know pretty much so, and you're going to figure this out. But where I'm going with this is this, that now that the Vatican is talking the way they're talking, the news agencies are now shifting. Everybody's kind of moving toward the fact of spirits, entities, and all that. I do believe we're about to embark on something that is going to blow people away. Now, do I know exactly what all of it is? No, I'm just hearing the chatter, and I'm sure some of you are hearing that chatter. If you haven't been paying attention to it, go back and look. Look up Tucker Carlson's with Joe Rogan about a month ago. Look at News Nation was just talking about a week ago. The Vatican made an announcement about a week ago. All these people are now talking about spirits and other otherly world type of things, and they're talking about dimensional now. Meaning, while we're focusing on the sky and we're saying that it's coming from Jupiter and Uranus and Saturn and some other galaxy, they're saying, no, they're here. They're living in the water, which we're pretty much knew that already. They're walking among us in some type of dimensional doorway, like, like Star Trek. And this is real. It's real. It's really real. Now, once again, if you find any value in the show tonight, and I'm going to take you somewhere tonight, you're welcome to give to the show. I'll put it up on top of the screen as I continue to talk, or maybe at the bottom, but let me just put it at the top. And like I say, hang around. I got a lot of pictures and videos and some stories to tell you from that event, and then tell you you all should be there the very next time. But up there at the top, there's the Cash App that we would get thing, or you can super chat as well. Now, one of the things that I will say is this. Is it possible? Now, let me back up for a minute. How many of you feel that you have probably met someone that you think was not from this world? And put it in the chat the reason that you felt or feel that they're not from this world. What are some of the indicators that you have gotten? I'm sure a lot of you have thought you have met somebody that gave you some type of energy, weird feeling, or something that they were not from this world. Now, I'm a hint that I met some people at this event come up, and one guy just blatantly told me right up fact some whatever about me being there, and said, hey, I am with the shadow people. I got his picture, and we are here. And I was like, what? And the stories of people came up to me this past weekend and speaking to hundreds of people and sitting there with Project Black. And like I said, I blew them away to a point that said, hey, we may want you to come back and speak. And I enlightened so people, yes. I had standing ovation. Yes. I had autographs. Yes. I saw everybody but y'all. I don't know why. Everybody was there but our community. Truth seekers. Not one of you. Y'all got to go, man. Y'all missed a treat. All right, so let me talk about something first. But the fact that there is a lot of extraterrestrials out there, the fact that there's a lot of different species, I want you to settle down and go through this thing with me. I don't want you to think no more that the fact that when you hear extraterrestrials, we're talking about reptilians, we're talking about grays. And of course, we've done many shows where we talked about all these galactic protectors, from the felines to the Andromedans to the Palladians and the list goes on and on. I am here to probably say that there is so many different species, and it's probably why there are so many different types of humans. Now, not the fact that human species, that we're all not the same, but there is some genetically differences in between a lot of us when this stuff was put together. And I think that we said it before, the fact that this has been that planet, that project planet Earth, that a lot of people have seen the fact that, hey, I want this type of human here. I want this type of animal here. Here's my contribution to this project. Here's mine. Here's this. And now we just have to start believing the fact that, you know what, there are some hands in this cookie jar when it comes down to your existence as well as my existence. And we all ought to begin the fact that we may not want to know. Okay, I know that's a shocking statement for me to be saying in this thing. We may not want to know what is happening. Now, how do I know that there's something different here? We can go back to the pyramids. We can go back to the fact that pyramids and all these things are here, ancient civilization, all these remnants of giants and all that stuff is here, things that we can't possibly build today. It's just not happening. Things that we're not being able to move, rocks and all of these things. And yet we got tons of people walking around this planet today who are still denying the fact that over in some of these countries, Egyptian, the waters, Atlantis, all of these different places are remnants of civilizations prior to. Now, what I think that most of you should be asking, hang on one second. I thought I was going to have to sneeze there. What I think people should be asking is, what happened to them? See, I don't think we are not asking the right questions anymore. We're not asking if the fact that there was pyramids here, and they are, and the fact that there may be some giant folks built them, and they probably did, where are they? Where are all those Mayans and all of those people that left all those ruins behind? I know I'm for the scare some people tonight, but shouldn't we want to know? Because we're here now, and if that's a big reset, or we was the reset, when does it happen that we got issues going on, okay? So I'm saying, what's the deal? Oh, by the way, everybody who got your UFO detector, I want to let you know that I've already got reports from some people. I'm holding it up is why it's going off. But anyway, people are already detecting things. We're going to have 5 more detectors coming in the mail any day now, only 5. So if you want your UFO detector, they went really fast. I mentioned it at the event. I already got 62 emails of people, I want a UFO detector or whatever. And I don't get that many. I don't even know why I said something. But anyway, it's for our group. And so we can track them with the apps and stuff. I got 5 more. Yes, they're $300 plus the shipping. I think it's $15 or $315 or whatever. And it's worth it. I'll get it right out to you when they get here. It will take some days, but if you get it and line up, then we'll be good. You can use the Cash App or email me or whatever. And yes, we got 5 more coming. The other ones went just like that, and people are excited about them. Oh, we got my boy Ethan in the house. And y'all say hello to Ethan Brinkley in the house. The greatness of Courtney. Hey, Ethan, you know, we need to be doing a Bob said he got a storm detector. Yes, all that good stuff. Hey, we need to here's what I want to say to y'all. We need to vote for Courtney and make sure y'all, you know, the Conscious Awards is coming up, but we're supposed to do a vote-a-thon. So Ethan, let Courtney know she needs to, one of these days come so we can do a vote-a-thon. If she's there, tell her hop into the studio and hop. Well, no, she might be doing her show, and so I forgot at the same time. But anyway, let's get back down to where I'm going with this. What's going to happen if the fact that as you go back and you look at all these pyramids, you look at all of these ancient civilizations, and they're wiped off this planet, they're gone. And does that make you wonder the fact that what would ultimately happen? Now, Zachariah Ascension talks about the 12th planet, and every 3,000 years or whatever, this planet comes back, and it's supposed to be we talk about Nibiru, we talk about all these things, but he says it comes back and it is very destructive and it's on its way back. Okay, ain't none of us going to be here when that shit happens. So unless we get reincarnated, we'll be back. But at the end of the day, not today would any of us in the next 100 or 1,000 years is going to be here. So don't go walking off talking about Roderick, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't say that, okay? I did not say that. I'm saying what happened to those folks? Where they at? So what's going to happen to humans and everything else? But maybe we're doing what we're trying to do is get off the planet. But in the meantime, like I said when we started this journey tonight, or could there be aliens walking among us? And I know y'all probably want to say this. All right, so how could I know that you may not be an alien? Maybe every day you wake up and you don't feel like you belong here. Maybe you have this strange feeling of the cosmos and astros, and maybe you have this intuition of the planet and just so much doom and gloom, which there are some good things here, by the way. There really are. But maybe you just don't feel like you at home. Maybe you having visions and dreams of other places. Maybe you astro project. Maybe you have deep ass dreams that you're now communicating with people and fallen angels. I don't know, because it's going to be your dream. It's going to be you. But now I'm here to tell you, like I've always told you, you're not crazy. And I know a lot of you have these dreams and you won't speak up about it, but that's okay. You're not crazy. That's what you're going to find out here. Are there any unexplained phenomena connected to hidden alien activity? So I'm beginning to think that there are portals and openings all out in our realm, and that these people are going in and out these things with ease, just like a combination to a door lock. You know, they're just traveling beyond spaces and everything else. I believe this is how sometimes we're having all these different timelines, or, you know, deja vu and all of these things, because there's something that is happening and it's no joke when it gets down to it. Now, am I fit to get all technical with you? Am I fit to get my spirit cards and stuff out? No, I don't have that gift. I really don't. But there's a lot of people around us who do, that you can pay a close attention to that. The other part of this is, when you start hearing all of these people talking about abductions these days, and you start hearing the government. Now, I will say this. I was talking to Ryan Graves this weekend. I met Bob Lazar. I'll show you some pictures this past weekend. Met a lot of great people. And, man, it's a lot going on out here. It is a lot going on. And, once again, I may have to just tell everybody, just stop. Just stop. Stop searching. You don't, you know the movie Few Good Men, when he said, you can't handle the truth? And the old boy says, I want the truth. And he says, you can't handle the truth. I want the truth. I don't know if we're ready for everything. I'm now believing, and I've said this before as I get back on track here, that there is a reason our minds are wiped. There is a reason when those souls, we come back here and they don't want us to remember the past lives that we've had and all of this stuff. It's a reason they probably don't want us to know. And there could be somebody a little more smarter. Now, don't get me wrong. Do I think there's some nefarious stuff behind some things? Yes, we got some ill will folks and things and entities and all that that's trying to control mankind the best way they can. But somebody, whoever came up with the concept of a total memory wipe, had that for an entire reason. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. And I think it's something that we may have to think about, you know. It's something we may need to think about. All right, so here's the deal. How would society react? And how would you all react? How would you react when there are confirmations that aliens stay next door to us? Would they mean that they're going to go by our laws, man's laws? Does that mean that, you know, you're going to accept them? Now, how many of you are going to say, hey, listen, I want to, go and have a look at the aliens or whatever? I don't know. You know, maybe I want to go out on a date with one, or like I said, you could already be doing that. But the preparation side of this, go watch the news. Something big is stepping down our doorsteps, and something big is happening. I'm going to keep reiterating that until later on to the next message that I give y'all in a little while. But it is huge and it's really big. Now, the other part of this is I got about 10 more minutes, and then I'm going to take y'all into the event. And then I'm going to share a partial 2 experiences that I've had. And I'm going to tip on one, and then I'm not going to go any further into it. But I am going to talk to my inner circle about it. and maybe I'll do it in a private for those who have the members, because the members, y'all want to hear the details. But yeah, so y'all hang around. Like I said, when we get to the second hour, I'm going to blow you away as we go through some other stuff. All right, so did anyone write in the chat? I didn't see if anyone said that you may know some people who you thought maybe was an extraterrestrial and why. I didn't see it, and if I did need to see it, I'll come back and let me know one of those things, and we'll check that out from there. Oh, we have nursing the paranormals in the house. What's going on? You got to hear the story. You got to hear the details of the story. I'm telling you, you got to hear the details of the story. And by the way, while I got y'all here for a quick moment, as you know, the Consciousness Award is coming up, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But I do need y'all to vote, and we're going to have to do some voting. It is coming up in the meantime, definitely in 60 days from now. And we need to vote. We need to win once we get into that. The other part is what would happen when it comes down to the fact that these government and these extraterrestrials, and all of a sudden you start finding out about these hybrids and everything else. So Gia says she voted for me. Thank you very much. There's the link right there. So make sure y'all click that link, go in there and vote. We got to win this thing. We need more votes, more votes. Got to have more votes, okay? We definitely want to do that. So the other part of this is I'm ready to really tell y'all about the second part of things. I really do. I really want to share with you all this over this weekend and what was happening in pretty much. But like I said, I got two more points that I want to make here, and then we will get into this and that. But and the reason I have this conversation for y'all, and I'm not going to, like I said, I'll get into it a little later, is a reason why I had this conversation in the title tonight. Stick around and find out. Yeah, I'm plugging it. I'm plugging it because your ass better be here when I get into that conversation. I'm just telling y'all, you better be here. All right. So the whole point is I'm now trying to alert each and every one of you before we do get into the second half of the show that there is a push in the news to now all of a sudden get people prepared for demons, the spirit sides of this thing, spirits, I can't say fallen angels and all that stuff, but there are supposed to be several levels of this. And what they're saying now that they all could be connected to the phenomena. That means where we have the cryptid stuff, we got the paranormal, we got these, where all of this other side, all of this stuff just might fall into one category. And who's going to claim it? Are we going to call it ufology? Or are we going to call it whatever else? What name are we going to give it when it comes down to us other than oops, or whatever? So this thing is getting bigger. I don't know how much studying most of you do and everything else, but you definitely want to stick around to this channel. And if you have not, make sure you hit the like button on this video and make sure that you subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already to do. All right. And another part of this is would people, all right, let me just say this for a minute. I'm going to get into something. Hang on. Let me put my notes. I'm going to get it off script here for y'all on purpose here. I'm going to bring this back. All right. All right, here's the deal. I think for a moment that there's things that you need to know. All right. I think there's a lot of stuff that we can get ourselves into and do this. And what I'm about to say, I want all of y'all make sure y'all going to hear me. And then you're going to know for a fact that you're going to want to hear a story. And like I said, I'm going to give you the top side of the story in a little bit. But let me break something down for you real quick here, the best I can. All right. All right, so this past weekend, we did a Project Black. I was the speaker at UFO Fest. Hundreds of people showed up, thousands, to hear me inform them about what is happening in the community and what we're looking for Project Black. The parade had 20,000 people. Ryan Graves was the main speaker. Now, I elated some people and I opened some people's eyes and I did cause some drama. And at the end of the day, I spoke about partial of the conversation that I was having with you just now about their walking and living among us. And astronaut, stop it, did you get abducted? You know what? That was probably going to be a absolute crazy ass question that you could even ask me, Astro Anthony, but you wasn't too far off. And I'll get into that later. Yes, I had an opportunity. I was approached and someone said, we need to take you somewhere. We need to take you up into the mountains to meet someone. And I was scared as fuck, but I'll get into that later. And I had the most overwhelming experience. And I'm one of the most luckiest fucking persons on this planet. And I'm not lying. I'm not lying. And I was going to call some of my other folks and told some people, but I'm just telling y'all, I'll give y'all some of the tips on it a little later. I really will. And, but it's just one of those deals. I'm telling you, one of those deals. So anyway, yes, I had the one of the most. All right. So as you know, as most of y'all knew, I flew to Oregon. All right. This past weekend for the UFO Fest. You can go to UFOfest.com. Ryan Graves was one of the speakers, and there was a few other ones. Ron James, myself. There was a couple there. Suzanne and her husband. Man, they had some great stories. Everybody was, had their particular topics. And of course, I was there talking about, Project Black and everything else. It was a moving moment. It really was. They gave a huge parade. I'm going to show y'all a couple of the, videos of this parade a little bit. I think y'all might have seen some on YouTube a little bit, but just kind of the kids were having a good time before we started. Here's a quick clip. All right, so that little clip was just what I was seeing at the beginning. And I had no clue of what was waiting around the corner for us, okay? And it was absolutely crazy. Now, the reason I'm talking about this, and again, if you got to go ahead and go, but you're going to miss the caveat of the conversation tonight, okay? And I would have got in deeper, but I thought it was time to back away from some things that I wanted to go. But at the beginning, it kind of started out a little bit like this.
Come and get a party started. Let's go. Oh my God, this is awesome, guys. It's awesome. We're rolling. We're rolling. All right. Hey, with you people. Oh, yeah. All right, guys, we're going to hit the main turn. Hospitality is a good. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning.
All right, so that was part of, man, there was 20,000 people at this parade cheering us on, and it was the craziest thing that I have ever seen. And if none of you who have ever, they had all of us in our own cart. We had my own ride. So when I got there, they was like, we have a ride for you, because we were speaking all over for 3 days in different places downtown, and they was moving us around, press conferences. Oh, it was just crazy weekend. So they gave us a golf cart. Everyone had their own golf cart. and then they cleared it with the police department that we can ride down the streets in them, the speakers, because they knew who we were. It was 5 of us. It was crazy. And like I said, it was just buck ass gone wild when it came down to this. But one of the things, and I do have another little clip that'll kind of show you. I'm not going to play it all, but you'll kind of see the impact of the crowd.
Video. All right, now. Good morning. All right. Let's go. All right, we got them. Y'all a little quiet this morning. Now, come on. Oh, my God. Yeah, there we go. All right. I love it. I love it. Yes. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Good UFO Fest. This is incredible. I love it. I love it. All right. All righty. Morning. Let's wake it up. Let's wake it up. All right. Oh my goodness. All right. Woo. Y'all wake it. Let's wake it up. Look at that. I ain't lying. Get the drinks, baby. Get the drinks. All right, y'all. Wake it up. All right. Woo! Morning.
All right, so I could have played that. Man, it was a phenomenal event when it came down. And I was hyping them up, man. I had them going. And I was like, yeah, come on, wake up this morning. And pretty much it was just crazy. And I'm going to show y'all a few photos of a few things. And then we're going to get into some stories that's going to blow you away once we get down into it. So they had the whole town was kind of, the stores kind of looked like, this is before the parade. It was a beautiful place in Oregon. So you guys got to go. All the stores, had alien stuff everywhere. Here's the thing. I'm looking right there in the middle. It says Unmasking the UFO Taboo, Project Black. Hidden Truth. Roderick Martin opens up at 2:00. They had my wine. I had liquor. And y'all know I don't drink, but they showed trying to get me drunk. I had wine. There was liquor, apple cider liquors in there. UFO cards. I had UFO candy, UFO cookies, and this guy right here, I'm gonna come back and tell y'all in a minute, he cussed me out and he said, I'm with the shadow people, we're watching you. All right, so you're gonna hear that story. It was wild. It was really wild. They had a float. They had Area 51 working on the doctors there, pretty much. You had people that was in tinfoil everywhere that night. I just took a couple of snapshots. This is Erica. She was the one decorating our carts and everything. And it was cool. People was out all night long. They partied 24/7, 12/365 plus OT. It was just crazy. I'm telling you, it was crazy when it comes down to it. So, all right. So let's get into some conversation. I think you all need to hear a few things. Another part of this was the first thing I saw when I got there. I got out of the car, and I had to walk all of those steps with my 60-pound suitcase bag because there was no elevators and everything else. I promise you at that one moment I was going to turn my ass around. But if it was an hour and a half Uber drive to get to the hotel, but I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. And you look at, that's real stairs. That is real 2 flights of real stairs. And they wasn't like make it easy to go up. This thing was in an angle where it went on forever. And that was no joke. All right? It was no joke. And we had to do this all day, 4 times a day for 4 days, going up and down these stairs. So you can imagine where I was going at the end of the day with this thing, okay? And so it was just pretty much from there. All right, so let me turn that off and let's go. All right. So what I'm going to say is this. The event was incredible. The event was incredible. Hospitality was off the chart. I can't say that I've been to a place than that where they was treating their speakers. Now, of course, it was just incredible. Much love to the event organizers. They've been doing this for 20-some years, and they make people feel every bit of just lovely as they could. It was just an amazing opportunity to do so. The other part was that, it was first class everywhere. The whole town was involved. Now, there was situations that there was people who was not. It wasn't, like I say, it has nothing to do with the event, has nothing to do with the organizers, has nothing to do with the people that was around me, but there was people who visited that made it perfectly known that I should not be there with the conversation that I was going to have. And they walked up to me and just told me their minds. There were some who wasn't too happy, and there were some who wasn't thrilled. There was a few, and that wasn't a massive thing. It was maybe out of the thousands, maybe 5, 6, 7, or 8 that literally told me like it was THIEs. Okay. And I'm only setting that tone to say that, but however, when I did the speech for Project Black and the hundreds and hundreds of people that was there, it was an eye-opener for most of them, if not all of them, and it was changing of the landscape and everything else. Now, I walked away with a huge epiphany of things, but I will share with you some of the pictures. I will share with you some of the moments of that, and pretty much. And so, but I did it. I mean, I went in there and I took care of business. And here, I'm going to play just a minute. It's probably a couple of minutes, but this is the introduction that it was when they was doing it. Now, before I set that in motion, I'll show you another photograph. This is before the event started. So the logo of Project Black was up there on the screen. People, those two guys stayed up there probably 20 minutes. Man, they was pointing at the logo. They was describing everything, trying to figure out. They was like, this dude done put something up here. People were just coming up. They was like, what is this? What? And they was like, this is profound. The meaning of that. I'm like, I haven't even shared it to everybody the meaning. I even showed y'all everything. Okay, this is that whole thing was full. This was about an hour or so before I was speaking. About an hour and a half, so I was just working the crowd, kind of walking around a little bit, pacing, getting myself together, making sure the sound checks was all right, and people were already coming. They was there. Those people were there waiting an hour early for me, grabbing their seats and everything else. But it, like I say, it was just a jacked out of my mind situation there, and pretty much. So anyway, I'll go back a little bit first to. I have a little clip of the introduction that was showing there. But yes, I did a great thing, a real great thing. So let's kind of go with the introduction. I know I have a clip for you here.
Well, UFOs do not respect borders. They can go anywhere. And they don't seem to care which country you're in or which city you're over or whatever. They may or may not appear anywhere, anytime. But like we proved this morning, they only get reported in a very small percentage. And there are differences of culture, ethnicity, and race as to who will report and who won't and why. And our next speaker is going to cover that and more. And it's been my pleasure to meet Roderick Martin for the first time during this festival, and the man has a sense of humor. I instantly liked it. Roderick Martin is a TV personality and show host. He's an expert ufologist for the Mutual UFO Network. He hosts the podcast and YouTube channel, High Strangeness. Martin has uncovered cultural differences in many minority experiences, researched UFO encounters, and interviewed minority alien abductees. He has arguably become the most trusted source on these topics within the Black community. He has been featured in numerous documentaries, including Discovery's Alien Endgame, Forbidden Knowledge TV's Black Knight satellite documentary, Fox Tubi's documentary titled Aliens, Abductions, and UFOs, Roswell at 75. Others include documentaries I Want to Believe 3, Aliens Among Us, I Want to Believe 2, and UFOs and UAPs, also Coast to Coast Radio, Gaia's Beyond Belief with George Norrie, Gaia's Open Minds with Regina Meredith, and History Channel's Ancient Aliens. Martin will share his research in his 2024 book titled The Unspeakable Truth. Roderick Martin is the founder of Project BLACK, which stands for the Black League of Alien Contact Knowledge. The subject of extraterrestrial life and UFOs has traditionally been considered taboo within the Black community. The goal of the project is to create a platform for open and inclusive discussions on extraterrestrial life and UFOs within the Black community, to increase the representation and visibility of Black individuals in the field, and to provide a safe space to promote education and understanding. Ultimately, the project aims to bring the Black community together to explore and learn about the possibilities of life on Earth. Martin is a former employee of a military defense contractor, lending unique insight into the government's quest for superior weapons and how this relates to UFOs. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce Robert Martin.
Ha! So they standing up, they clapping, and it was like, ah. I walked out and I put my head down and I said, it's been months that you've been waiting for. It's been weeks. Now it's days. It's hours. And you get up here and you give them something they've never seen before. So I went on side that stage and I stood down there and I sat and I woke them up. And I started out talking, just giving them some stories, some things, breaking the ice a little bit, talked about, what's going on here and all that stuff. And yes, for the first time, I really never heard all of my credentials, right? Because I don't brag about it. I don't brag the long list of 9, 8, 11 TV shows I've been in the last few years. Some of, and be honest with you, 3 or 4 I haven't even watched yet. And I got them in there. I was like, I need to see them. And I'm like, I'm going to watch it. But I want to, I put it up for a reason, because I want to come back months later and see how far I've come. And I was like, just put it up later and just whatever. But they were like, bam, bam, bam. So anyway, I get out here and I'm telling the stories. I have a hell of a presentation. And what was so bad about it, I had one presentation that I was going to use, but the night before, something came over me and said, you need to go ahead and just get down in it. Don't go into no lessons. Give them the reasons, give things. So I stayed up to 3 o'clock in the morning the night before, redid the entire Project Black presentation. I'm finding these slides. I'm like, okay, I'm going to put this thing together and I'm going to tell them a story. And I'm telling you, I nailed it. Okay. People were just like, what? And especially when I hit some of those slides and I gave them the historic stuff, talked about systemic racism in the back with the KKK and all the way up, brought them up to point with the swing low, hit them with the red tails, hit them with the stories, then hit them. And here's a true story. Y'all listen to me closely. It was almost, that room was full. So it's probably 700, 800, 900 people, okay, that fills this thing up. And this is no fucking joke. So I ask all of them, would you please participate with me? Would you do it? And they always laugh, and I had them cracking up, okay? And he said, they said, yes, we will participate with you. And I said, raise your hand. Yes, it's recorded, Nicole. And I said, raise your hand if you have heard of stories, major stories in the media that Black people are in. The whole fucking room had their hands up. The MUFON table, and I was like, okay, I'm finna get y'all ass right now. I said, so here's the deal. I hit the first button, Zimbabwe. I said, if you're thinking about this story, put your hand down. Just a few. And I hit the Betty and Boynton Hill. If it's this story, put your hand down. But if you got another story up, leave it up. Not one damn hand out of 900 people except one guy over at MUFON, and I said, you can put your hand down. We're supposed to be on the same team, and you're just talking about a report. I'm talking major stuff. Everybody hands went down, okay? And this is what I was telling y'all about, how profound. Now, I stirred them up because now there was a people and one person in the audience like, well, shit, that's least. Is that not enough? Fuck no. I was like, no. So anyway, all 900, 800, whatever, they put their hands down because they couldn't come up with another story. I waited and I said, who's going to come up with a story? And they couldn't. But you ought to see the disbelief of their faces when they was like, wait a minute, this dude may have a point. He may be on to something because we don't know. And I said, now I put this big ass pie up there and I said, and it was a big pie and it had like 4 smaller slices, but a big pie. So the big pie, I was like, listen, this is ufology. This is all the stories that you're hearing, this big old ass pie. But why are people walking around saying absolute truth? And I said, how are you telling that we know everything and the absolute truth of what people are saying when you're missing data? See, I didn't have to say stories because I want to make sure I'm reaching people with communication so they can know we're going to mess with the numbers here. I said, we're missing data. If you're missing data, and I said, all of us right now could be on the jury and we're going to convict someone to death. But if only 90% or 60% in this room has the facts and the rest of you have nothing, how can we convict somebody? How can we say this is what it is? And I said, we're missing data. We're missing stories. We could miss an artifact. We could miss a statement that could connect to the other statements. And I was like, boom. And they was like, damn. And then I hit it with the Project Black emblem over to the black part of the pie. And I said, that's just for mine. That's just me. But what about the indigenous? What about the Hispanics? What about all these other areas? And I just kept going down the list that's missing data. And I was like, but people, do we care? Do y'all care? But I do. So I hit them with the Robert Friend. I hit them with the Project Blue Book. And I asked them, have they all heard about it? Yeah. And I said, what's going on? They go, Professor Heineck. Yeah, Professor Heineck. I said, all right. Did you know about the red tails? And I hit him with Robert Friend. I said, the guy painted his tail red on his plane. He was one of the original. He already was protecting the fighters over there in Germany. He stayed on with the Air Force for 30 years. He was the beginning of Project Blue Book. Blue Book. He was black. And I'm saying, why don't we talk about that? That's significant because we don't want to talk about his research. We don't want to talk about what he did. And we started at Heineck with all the movies and documentaries. Is that fair? And after him was Quintanilla, a Hispanic. Now I hit him. I said, well, you know what? I said, my guess is nobody wanted the job at the time. Who wanted to fool with that UFO stuff? So give it to the brothers in the minorities and let them ruin their career, or whatever. So anyway, I was knocking them. And it was going good. They was like, whoa, I can't believe it. Hang on, let me get my water. And so the people were everywhere. They asking. And so anyway, by the time I finished, I turned around and I told them about your eyes are useless when your mind is blind and how blah, blah, blah. And they was like, what? I said, repeat it after me. 1, 2 people. I said, hold on. Then they turned around and they hit it hard. It was like, boom. And that was big. That was huge. And then at the end, and then I'm going to get into some more stuff for y'all. I start talking about I believe, you believe. And I was telling them how you have to look at this thing. And it was a girl with an alien dress on. And I said, what is your name? And she told me her name. And I said, sweetie, you believe blah, blah, blah. And then we was talking about this leprechaun behind the thing. So I used the story and I just told her, I believe you believe it's there. I'll go with you. And you should have heard the wind in the wind in the room was like, whew. And like I said, now I'm going to tell y'all, there was maybe one black person in that audience. One, maybe. There was no others. Okay? That's cool. That's cool. And like I said, before I went to the meeting, this guy right here walked up to me and said these words. He says, I know why you are here. Let me find a picture. Here we go. He says, I know why you are here. And I said, okay. And he says, I think it's a piece full of shit that you're here doing this. And I said, okay. And he was like, what do you mean? I said, what do you mean? And so I was about to walk off, and something said no. I said, sir, why don't you sit down with me and tell me why you think me being here is a piece of shit? He started explaining that he had one black friend who, you know, who talked about aliens, but everybody think he was crazy, and everybody thought he was crazy. And I said, so how you think people feel about me being crazy? Well, what are you talking about? You just said I'm full of shit being here. And I'm talking about the same thing you and your brother friend or whatever. And he was like, yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you opening up the doors to the fact that blah, blah, blah with aliens and extraterrestrials. And I was like, hey, I don't, you know. And then he finally said, and I told him that I said, I'm on a mission, Jack. I mean, I'm doing what I'm thinking, but I really appreciate your opinion of what you're saying. But if you hang around and listen to what I have to say, you may look at things a little different. So he was like, yeah, whatever. And then he finally said, I really need to tell you that I'm with the I'm part of the shadow race, shadow people. And I'm like, my Scooby-Doo like, So that's what I said, let's do the selfie and shit. I was like, well, let's do a selfie. Because I'm like, man, I'm going to have to show your photo. And he says, I'm with the shadow people. And I was like, God damn it. Hey, that's Courtney. Courtney's in the house. Yeah. Courtney, why don't you go? If you're on your camera, go into the studio and pop up in here and join me. And I got a story to finish telling, and we need to vote for you too. So yeah, just go into StreamYard like you normally do. Then you will see. Go into the show that's live. Go into the studio. I'll see you down here because we have the same system, and pop up on in here if you like. If you want, you can raid the show. But anyway, so I'm sitting here. But anyway, y'all give a shout out to my sister Courtney in the house. And make sure we're going to vote for her too. Y'all make sure y'all do so for the Conscious Award. We're going to do a vote-a-thon when the time comes. So anyway, he said he's with the shadow people. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, man, this is very, very weird, at this point. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. We will, we can have this conversation. And he started trying to say all this dark stuff. And I was like, okay, whatever. So anyway, I get in there and I started to go, like I said, doing what I was doing the stuff. And another person was like, hey, what's the deal? And I said, well, what are you talking about? Okay, this is when I finished. So another guy came up and he was like, well, what's the deal? Are you telling me that no, what did he say to me? No, I'm getting confused because it was 2 or 3. One dude, he said these words. He said, so you telling me black people can't access the internet? And I was like, what? And he was like, are you saying, I'm looking up right now, I'm accessing the internet. What do you mean y'all can't find nothing? I said, what are you talking about? He's like, and he's saying this in front of everybody, right? He's like, you telling me y'all can't access the internet? All my people can read and access the internet. And I'm sitting here like, okay, I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to either articulate some shit to him or I'm going to go to jail. One of the 2. It was a choice. I had to make a choice. And so he was like, blah, blah, blah. He was hitting it. Like, y'all just don't know this, and I said, that is not what I was saying, man. I ain't even saying that. I'm talking about data and blah, blah, blah. He started going on again. I said, well, who is your people? Because by this time the crowd was getting around and nobody else wanted to associate with him because he was saying his people, blah, blah, blah. And so I'm like, Roderick, you got 2 things. He can remember you by you putting all of these pounds on him and just boom, 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 hit him so hard. Just don't slap him. Hit him hard the first time, like really, really hard. So he could think about it twice, like 3 times before he even come at someone else. Not just me, anybody, because he was just being disrespectful. So then I said, nah, let's slap him another way. So I started just talking and telling him, I don't know where you come from or what's going on. I ain't never said that. But if you want to test the water right now and you want to say about this, I said, matter of fact, I was having a conversation with somebody the other day. And why don't you tell me about what we had? Well, how the hell would I know? I wasn't there. That's the fucking same thing I was saying to you. We wasn't there. We don't know. Who knows? He was going. And by this time, now we got 100 people listening. He's going at it. And then the dude whips out the most craziest scenario. And he thought he had me. Y'all listen to me. He thought he had me. The dude said, well, by the way, my daughter is married to a black man, and he's a pastor, and we worship together. So I wanted to say something, but my instinct told me to say, well, how did that make you feel? Because I told him, and then he's going on and on. So by this time, I'm flipping through my phone because y'all know what I'm finna hit him with, right? And if y'all did know. So I turn around in front of everybody. I said, what do you see right here? This is my daughter, and her husband is white. And he's a cool dude. I like the brother. You know, I mean, the dude treats my daughter really well. So you can't come at me like it's a racist thing. What the hell are you talking about? And so he couldn't say nothing. I'm like, my daughter is married. And I'm like, so dude, go somewhere else with that bullshit, right? Come on. And he was like, and everybody just started clapping. His face was cracked and on the ground, right? I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? You know? And then and by this time, he got back up. Some other dude walks up and said, are you saying the aliens are racist, that they don't even pick up black people? I said, I didn't say that. And I didn't, that ain't what I said. I haven't said that all night. And finally, I had some bag up. Some of the other people started chipping in and blah, blah, blah. And they was going at it. And so I'm like, what the hell, what are you talking about? And so that was 2 instances, okay? And then we had the third one. Oh, the greatness of Courtney. What's going on?
Hey, Bernie. Nothing. How are you?
I am telling the stories. Let me make sure I got your volume turned up in there.
Did you hear that echo?
Yeah, I'm finna change it. Hang on. I'm gonna set the echo relation up. All right, it should be better now, is it?
Perfect. Yes. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
No, I can hear it a little bit.
Well, now set it on your end. Can you go in that settings and hit audio and see if the echo cancellation is on your end?
Let's see, guys. I gotta put my glasses on. Okay, settings. Listen to this. See, this is how you know, guys. It's real. It's teamwork. It's family. Here we are. Okay, settings. Where am I going now?
Audio.
Look at
and do you have echo cancellation on your end?
Yep.
All right. So then, what are we listening to? What about headsets or something? Well, you don't use all that, do you? Yeah.
No, I have it, but I'm not using it. No.
Wonder where so I'm not getting feedback, but you are. Everyone else says no echo either. People saying they're not hearing no echo.
Okay, so hello. Oh, I think I know what it is. Uno momento.
All right. That'll work.
Okay.
That'll work. All right. So I'm gonna tell y'all something else in a minute. I'm not gonna get into it totally, but I'm just gonna tell y'all the amazing stories. All right, so it's not that bad. She's gonna fix something on her end, and pretty much. What do we got?
It's not on yet, so there's still if nobody else can hear that but me, I'm fine. But my little whatever you call it, you would tell me. Control panel would tell me that it's work. Okay, so is it working now? Maybe.
All right. Do y'all hear anything right now? Where are we at?
I think the echo's good on my end.
All right. All right, truth seekers, put it in the chat if we all good. Let us know right quick. There's a little delay on their end, so we'll see where they at. I don't hear it now. Everyone says I think we okay. All right, we're good. So I went to the UFO Fest this weekend, Courtney.
Okay.
It was 20,000 people there. It was a parade. I don't think you've seen this little clip. I'll just play 30 seconds of it.
You're gonna have to put up with my old lady glasses tonight.
Hey, you good? You're all good. I'm just gonna play just a little part of the clip. You can
video. All right, now. Good morning. All right. Let's go. All right, we got them. Y'all a little quiet this morning. Now, come on. Oh my God. Yeah, there we go. All right, I love it. Yes. There we go.
It was 20,000 people there cheering us on, and we all had our little carts. But we was at the front of the parade. That thing was so long, it was cracky. They was pop the drums, the people, the uniforms, the hats, the kids in alien uniforms. I know some real aliens was out there, and it was off the chart. Okay, it was off the chart. I
love that. So that entire parade was just for my friend, right? And tell me.
No, it was 5 speakers, but it was for the town. but it was for me. Yes, I think they always cheer because they was like Roderick, and I kept like, how did they know me? And then I realized my name was on the front of the golf cart.
Well, and I'm sure they watch all your shows, the podcast, all the things. I love it.
Yes, and I'm gonna share part of this story with y'all. I'm not gonna get into the detail, but Courtney, you know I'll tell you in private the whole deal. Okay, so I'm standing up on stage. This is a true story. And for 2 days, I haven't had anything that I wanted to eat. Like I wanted some Chinese food. Okay. And I'm like, I can't find the Chinese food. So when my speech was over, after signing these autographs, I was signing autographs, hundreds and hundreds of people there, and they all was like, I never knew this about Project Black, and people coming up, I want to help you with the project, or we can help you invest in your stuff. It was like really phenomenal. So anyway, let me back up first. So I give the story of I Believe You Believe. And that's something that I've been writing about. And this couple, let me show y'all their picture. This young lady walks up, and where is the photograph here? Oh, I need to show y'all some photographs. But anyway, let me show a couple first. That's me and Ryan Graves. Y'all know him. He was there. Bob Lazar, he was there doing a film. These some people that was men in black. They was surrounding me the whole time. It was so cute. And so they was there. And but anyway, this couple right here, this lady in the left side, she walks up to me and she started talking about my story. She started talking about me, talking about I Believe You Believe, in the story of when I was married, how the she-wolf didn't support my ventures of what I was doing, and how devastating that could be, especially in this space. And I gave them the whole story and how things turned out. She walks up and she's crying. Gorgeous girl, just crying. Now, I didn't see her husband. He was over here to the side. And she says, I just want you to know it's our anniversary, and we only had enough money to come here. And all of the 4 speakers, we decided to pick you to pay the speakers. They have to pay individually. And she said, but at the end, when you gave that story of I Believe You Believe, and she said, I must admit, I looked over to my husband and I just told him, I'm so sorry. She said, I didn't even want to come. I didn't want to support him. And she was just crying. And she said, you touched my heart so much. And she said, you're really adding on to our marriage and the whole 9 years. He was sitting over there and he was just like, he was just baffled just to see his wife just sitting there. And she said, this is how big this is. And I said, it is big for a lot of people. And she was just like, you just really, and that was just her. Then all of a sudden it was like 10 other people, like, man, your I believe your story, and just understanding that. But she just couldn't leave. And I said, look, come on, let me give y'all a hug. And and then she texted me. I said, here's a picture, send me the picture. She texted me later and said, you made our anniversary. And I'm just so glad that one moment we came out here to see you. And I was like, hell yeah, I was on fire, right? And I like, you doing something, boy? You doing it, boy? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, you go, boy. I'm talking to my own ear. You go, boy. You go. So anyway, I'm sitting there at this time. My back is hurting. And I was wondering why, but it's because I was standing up a long time. And these people come up. This lady comes up. She says, hi, Roderick. And I said, hi. She says, I got you your Chinese food. Now, the first thing I'm thinking is, I have not said nothing to anybody. I've been thinking about it for 2 days. And this woman walks up and said, I got your Chinese food. Now I'm freaking out for a moment. Like, what the hell?
Telepathically sending her the vibes.
And she says, I need to, my brother, and like I said, I'm going to cut this story short at a certain moment, but I'm going to give y'all the outside of it. And I was just so blessed. Anyway, so she says to me, she says, my brother-in-law is married to whatever, or cousin or whatever, and he's black, and I think he's an experiencer. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm thinking now, she says, I need to take you to meet someone. I'm like, I'm finna hear this story of this brother. Okay, whatever. But I'm trying to make it up an excuse, because I'm like, well, I'm supposed to go to lunch with everybody else because I haven't eaten anyway. And she looked around like, I got your Chinese food. I'm like, how do you know? So I said, well, I'll tell you what, my cart is over on the other side, because they gave all of us a golf cart in the beginning when I got there. And they said, here's your personal car. And they cleared it with the police department that we can ride around downtown and don't stop us. It was five speakers. So I'm riding everywhere, like waving. So anyway, I said, okay, I'm parked in the back and I got my laptop. She says, no, I'll go get my car because I need to take you somewhere to meet someone. And I said, okay. So I'm getting in the car and I looked at one of the lady organizers, and I'm a full grown man, Courtney. I'm full grown. Okay.
You are. Yeah, you are.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm my ID says I'm full grown. Okay. And so, but I was a little nervous. So I'm getting in the car and I'm like, if I am about to go, and I'm like, and then she says, don't worry, I'm not going to kidnap you. I'm like, you read my mind again? What are you doing? So I said, okay, we get in this car, we drive around a corner, and she started asking me questions about me being a youth and seeing the UFOs and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, she's being really inquisitive. And then we pull up into this Chinese restaurant, and I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Okay, we getting ready to meet somebody to eat. So I'm like, yes. So I get out of the car, and I'm asking, I couldn't get a window up. I'm like, can we lock it? Because my laptop is in there. And she said, don't worry. Nobody's going to steal it here. And I said, well, ma'am, I don't want to have the first police report of a stolen laptop.
Roderick came to town, and
yes, I don't want the first crime to be mine. Okay. All right. I'm rhyming now. So we go in, and I'm about to chow down. So I get ready to get the menu. We walk up to the thing, and then they come up. They already had our food ready in these 2 boxes. I'm like, huh? She said, I need to take you to meet someone. We're going to go up into the mountains. And I got to get back because they're having the speakers panel at 7. I got to be here at 6:30. She said, well, we got 1 hour. I said, okay. I'm like, damn. All right. So we driving. I got pictures. I ain't going to show y'all that. So we go all the way up into these mountains. And so I'm taking pictures. And in my mind, I'm like, I need to get a snapshot of her. So if anything come up, y'all know who's with me when you get my phone.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. And then she said, oh, do you need me? And I'm thinking it. She said, do you need a better shot? I'll pull over. I'm like, what the fuck? This is not happening. So I'm embarrassed now. Like, no, but yeah. So we pull up to this house up in the mountains. When did I put a picture of the mountains in here? Because I was going to show y'all the view of this thing.
I love that you can multitask. That's the thing, Roderick, I love about your
well, you know what? It's
images, and I'm just like, I can't. So I love that.
Well, it's all good. So anyway, so I get out this car and I turn on my phone, and I'm not lying to any of you, and I have no reason to. I get out and I'm standing among some trees that are like 4 stories high. They don't have any bottoms because I would think the leaves not going to grow in the shade. So these trees got to quite naturally reach the sun. So it's just straight up, and then you see the leaves. I'm listening to the wind because we up on this mountaintop, and I swear to you, I was hearing voices or something. And I said, this is methodical. And I'm on my video phone. I'm like, y'all got to hear this, right? I'm trying, truth seekers. I said, y'all got to hear this. The energy is incredible. So I walk up, and then this lady, she says, I need you to meet someone. And this lady comes out the door, a little frail looking lady, and somebody named Bob. Okay. So I go into their house. Well, first I asked to see the balcony because I'm still a little nervous, and I'm like, I need an exit strategy. And I'm like, your ass can't run down in here, but you can roll. You can roll.
You could run, Roderick.
And I'm like, but I can roll. So they looked at me and said, no, everything's going to be all right. Come on in. And I'm in this house. There's got to be $1 million. It's sitting on the mountains, beautiful, all wood. And then I'm looking at all these angelic symbols all over the house. I'm like, I've seen this somewhere. So anyway, they standing up in unison, and I sit down. I said, y'all can sit at your table. And they all sat down, and they began to talk. And we went into this weird conversation. She started explaining to me about my soul contract, all of this stuff. And I finally said, where are you from? And she told me. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at this person. I'm like, I know this ain't real. This can't be happening to me now, right? And she's explaining everything about the portals, all of this stuff, and I'm gonna stop right there. It was so surreal. And it was to a point I was like, this can't be happening. It cannot be happening. And so they're sitting there, and I'm sitting here like, should I, and I was looking at my phone, and I was like, I need to get back, but I don't want to pick up my phone. But then I'm like, stay here, ask all the questions that you want to ask. I'd listed out a bunch. And Bob was over here, who was working for the Air Force. He used to work for the Air Force. And when he reached up, I could have sworn whatever's coming off his suit. And I was like, and then they were sitting there, and the lady looks up and said, he needs to get back. She was hearing me. And I said, I'm going to play with these people because they can't be reading my mind. And she looks at me and she says, you don't need to do that. I'm thinking I'm going to play with them.
Yeah,
she said, you don't need to do that. I'm like, God, dog it. And I was so nervous. I was so done. But there was so much to the story that I'm going to tell the inner circle about it. And it's going to blow y'all away. So I'm telling you, they walk among us. They do. And it's just a weird thing. But it was so beautiful, so surreal. Now I get back to the place. I'm telling the other people, I didn't tell them everything. I just said, I just came back from the mountain. I showed the guy the pictures. And he said to me, he says, you was at this place? Yeah. He said, it takes hours to get there. How did you get back so quick? I said, I don't know. I was just in the car. We just drove up here. And he says, you was at this place right here, because it's at this building. I was like, yeah, I was up there, right there in the mountain. He said, how did you get up there so fast? I said, well, you got he said, yeah, I'm looking at the picture. I said, I don't know. She drove me up there and drove me back.
She beamed you there, and she beamed you back.
Hey, but I was so nervous. And, but I wasn't, they kept letting me know everything was okay. Like, everything's okay. But she was so, just so upset about the human race. She was just like, y'all just, and you can see the pain and all. I'm like, damn, I don't want it like that. But it was, yeah, she mentioned portals. She mentioned remote viewing, all this kind of stuff. And I was like, teach me. She was like, we can't teach you that, blah, blah, blah. And then the guy looked over and said, you can teach him. And she looked, she said, okay, we'll teach you. So we're going to be in communication now. We'll see.
Meditation, Roderick.
She said that.
Yes.
She kept telling me how to focus on something. And she said, if you do this for hours, it's going to change. Oh my gosh. She was going and trying to teach me all this stuff. Yeah.
Even if you did it, well, I mean, that's how I started to connect to my own guides and angels as well. Mm-hmm. And so it was true. It was through meditation, but we can't really know anything about the outside world or others' energy until we kind of fully know our own, right? So that we can say, is this mine? Is this somebody else's? And yeah, meditation is absolutely 100% key. The thing is people want the light switch connection. They don't really want to have to go through in order to get to the prize. They want they want to go take a 6-week course with somebody who gives them a certification. But anyway.
And she tried to tell me, be careful. Or she then said, be careful because there are spirits, demons, all of that in this same realm here. And I was like, for real? And she's giving me these stories, just going deep in some stuff. And I just started asking everything. And like I said, she asked me, do you know why you were here? And I said, no. And I'm thinking here in the room.
Right.
And she just no. She started telling me all about my soul contract. And of course, they was talking about why I was there and what I was doing was so essential. It was just really big. And so I called Selena. And I was like, hey, you got to hear this. She says, well, I'm at the club. I said, well, whenever you get through with the club, call me, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, it was just so touching. But I'll give you more details because I do want you to give me some interpretation of that event.
Oh yeah, you processing that with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we could absolutely do it. By the way, we had to even reschedule, right?
We'll talk about that outline. Don't let them know I'm rescheduling and stuff.
We won't.
I want them to know in my business because we got people that they tap into your Caustic Records here, some nosy folks, and they go in all of that stuff. So
Yeah, right.
But
you
yeah,
know,
we'll reschedule when we get off, or later I'll text you tomorrow and you put me on your schedule.
we'll do that. We'll do that.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
So tell us what's going on with you, and make sure, hey, my moderators, put the link to the Conscious Awards up, and I want everybody in here in our community right now, go vote for Courtney while she's here, and then y'all let me know y'all voted for her, and we're going to give y'all a shout out. We want to do this right now in real time. Yes, we will do that. And so I know I've been telling our audience, and I've been saying this for weeks, that I and Keek are going to do a meet and greet. Have we decided where? What's going on?
We did discuss it. We have not decided where just yet, but I think that would be the most fun thing ever. Yeah, get ready and do that. When I think, are we thinking meet and greet before, or I don't know, sometime. See, we haven't even gotten all the plans done. So sometime while we're in Miami, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get that done. I think that would be really, really cool. If you guys have not gotten your tickets, right?
Yep.
Miami, tell me the weekend. What is it? It's August. That's the first weekend in August, right?
Yep.
And that, I'm telling you, is going to be the coolest thing. So yeah, come see Roderick and Kika and myself. I can't wait. Didn't you have a really great time last year?
I had a real great time last year. I went and it was so surreal, sitting out there and Robert Grant won before me. I was like right runners up, I think. And when she, Liz was like long-winded, she says, and the winner is Robert. I jumped up because it sounded like Roderick is going to come out of there. He was sitting right behind me. So I'm jumping up like, yeah, Grant. And I look back like, you got it, man. Oh, it was so surreal.
Gosh, you know what? I missed that part. I must have been, I don't know, sitting there just off in La La Land, but that's really cool. I think you deserved it. And then maybe this year, guys, everybody go vote. So we're
going to do it. We're going to do a vote-a-thon. I know me, Doc B,
yes.
Doc B, what's his name? God, at least King Simon and a couple others. We're going to do one of the Tuesdays on my show, Forbidden Knowledge. We're going to do a vote-a-thon. So you might want to pop in there too.
Yeah, let's do it. And I think, first of all, to be nominated, I'm sure, Roderick, you feel that same way. For me, Doc B is a dear friend, fellow colleague on the network, right? And we love him. He's amazing. And then Reverend Michael Beckwith was nominated, which I have just absolutely loved Michael Beckwith. We met him last year and had tacos with him, and just was such a highlight. Being a spiritual advisor and doing it for so long, definitely looking up to him. So anyway, so he's also nominated within that group, and there's two other amazing individuals. But just to be nominated, I don't know about you, Roderick, but that is just really, really cool. And so,
I'll keep a little secret.
Yeah.
I don't think Beckwith is having a live stream telling people to vote for him.
Okay, yeah, I don't think so.
We're gonna outvote. So so John said he just voted for you. Great.
Thank you.
Who else? A couple of other ones I gotta scroll back up. Who said Philly Cat says she's already voted for you. And all right, should be a more. Yeah, come on now. Y'all play.
Come on, friends.
Yeah, we should be seeing it. All right, Mara says she just voted for you. Someone else just said they voted too. Keep it coming, because we need to. And by the way, if you haven't voted for me, vote for both of us while y'all in there. Okay. All right, kill three birds. And now, Courtney, I'm not gonna put you on the spot.
Yeah.
But do you see me winning? I'm not. No, don't do it.
Okay, wait just a second.
Don't do it.
Wait just a second. Yeah, Roderick, I see you winning at life. So absolutely, yes. Okay. And so show up, you're gonna have a great time. It's gonna be amazing. And yeah, you're gonna win. We don't have to talk about everybody that's nominated. I mean, in that realm, if you don't want to. Yeah, that's cool. The only person I saw was you when I voted, Roderick. See, I don't even remember who those other people are.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
That's a real friend.
Yeah. So let's see. Someone else said they voted. All right. Who else? All right. We need some more vote. I need some more people seeing y'all voted for Courtney and
for both of us.
Mm-hmm.
Say we voted for both of you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, well, let's do that. Let's do a vote-a-thon, and that, I mean, that would be a really, really good time. I know Kika Yes would be all about it as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
guys, if I think when you do go to a vote, you have to go through every series. Isn't
Yeah,
that right?
they didn't have that last year. Last year you could just go to the individual and go out. Now you have to vote for somebody. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Damon said he just voted for you. Cool.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I want
I
to
know he voted for me already. I'm not going to ask that. He voted for me weeks ago. But
Oh, Ethan.
yeah.
Oh, yes, your best friend, Ethan. I want to say hi, Joy. I saw your shout out earlier, and Judith. So good to see you guys. Isn't the network so much fun? Like doing, I mean, like I see a lot of people who watch my podcast, their names are popping up. It's so fun to be able to do these live shows with your friends, and then
Yep, absolutely.
all of you. So cool.
Absolutely. I think it's one of the beautiful things. Yeah, Girlfriend of Bay, she was there last year. We all went shopping at the crystal store last year, and she bought me a crystal. It's back up there somewhere on my thing. And yeah. All right, guys. Gia says she voted for both of us. Thank you. All right. Y'all keep it coming because we need those votes coming in. And listen, you didn't hear this from me, and you didn't hear it from her. I said it. She didn't say it. Okay. Courtney did not say what's about to come out of my mouth.
Nothing.
Go and use your Gmail 336 Gmail, all those extra email accounts, and y'all vote for me and her again, and again. Thank you. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
She didn't say it. She didn't say it. I said it. So don't go blame Courtney said, Roderick said cheat. Cheat for me. Okay. Cheat and vote for me.
I was just going to say that was really, really brilliant, actually. Is it, well, if every email can vote, is it every person or every email? I mean, you
every email. There you go. Technically, we want every email to vote. Yes.
Exactly.
I knew this. I knew that's why we connected. That's what I'm talking about.
But no, we're definitely family. Yep. I see. And Walter says one big family here. I love it.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about this UFO. Have you been keeping up with the Vatican last week? I don't know if you heard, but they had a press conference, and now they're starting to talk about demons, spirits, and all this all in one umbrella. What's your thoughts about that?
Okay, so now how do I describe this? I am one who really does a lot of research. By the way, I know so many of you. Let me think. How do I mean, are already so brilliant, so well aware about the government, the world, all the things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I see something like that, my first thought is, what are they kind of putting over here? So my skeptic's mindset goes into like, what are they trying to, say, ooh, look this way, don't look over here. So my mind goes there. I believe, that they don't want us to know the truth. I think that just as much as there's good, there's evil. And I think that, of course, they're aware of it. But if you really wanted my true opinion, I think, I might get roasted saying it, but the Catholic Church has a lot of things they've been trying to kind of gear us to or think, and not show us kind of the truth of what's really been going on. Now, as far as demons and all of that, I don't even typically say that word, by the way. I think that if you name something, you give it power, or if you name it, then it is so, if you will. And so, but I do think that there are lots of supernatural things that have been happening for as long as there's been energy. And so I think that they can't quite deny so many different things are about to be uncovered. What do you think?
I think they're trying to get ahead of it. I think their monopoly is going to be the monopoly on the religion and the money of it all. It's getting ready to be in jeopardy a little bit, because people are going to ask the question, who is their God, or who is this? And for them to say it like last week, that they would baptize them as Christians too, it's like, what? And the UFO, yeah.
So wait just a second, Roderick. I thought I was up to speed. I don't think I'm as up to speed as you are. So wait just a second. I knew there was a press conference coming. So I've been so busy in my own tiny little world that I didn't even know that it had come to pass. Okay, so can you give me brief little?
Yes. So basically, just in a box here, they came out and they just said some weird things. They started talking a little bit about the spirit world, and they didn't really want to connect all the dots to the UFO things, but they are saying that all of this is running concurrent together, all of these things. And the fact that they will then consider them being baptized or under the Christian faith as well. And let me go back to the prelude to that. Tucker Carlson was on Joe Rogan about a month ago, and he started talking about his wife. I think she helped him make little Tuckers,
Yeah.
and then they sleep in the same bed, not like the Bumsteads together. And he said that he said, I don't tell her no more about this. He said, I used to talk to her about the UFO stuff. He said, but now that it's getting deeper, and he's talking about demons and portals and all, he said it is so horrific that he now saying, I don't share it with her. It's just too scary. And
I actually saw that. I saw that episode, and he even said, I believe it was too psychologically, like,
yes.
Yeah, I did see that or listen to it or whatever. And I think so. I was in the world of the paranormal for so many years. I was on that same track of the ghost hunters, the guys that managed them, managed myself and my old business partner. Like, we were on that circuit and traveled for a really long time, did all of the Paracon this and all the things that. And I will tell you that through so many of that, that time frame, the more you kind of dive into the dark, the more the dark also finds you. And so I left that kind of paranormal space, doing a lot of that work, because I didn't want my heart and my spirit to that energy. And so you can only kind of cleanse your space so much, or your own energy, before, like attracts like, or you start to get just kind of embed yourself in that space. And I think that, it's not just spiritual, but it's scientific to me. Quantum physics is, who saw the Terrence Howard podcast, right, with Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
And so it's all the same thing. So when I have a client, a client might say that, I'm a Christian, God, I always say, well, we're connecting to source, God, light, universe, whatever you call it, because honestly, it's all the same thing. It's just, we're all made up of energy and of light. It's just, anyway, I'm rambling.
No, I mean, no, I'm just, I think it's somehow they're trying to unveil or prepare us for another dynamic to this twist. And
the truth is not even at that, even all of that, to me, it's as if it's a facade, even for that. Truly, why we're here is to find that it's our own light, that we are actually God, universe, source. Terrence called it the oneness, right? All year I've been saying, I am one, I am one. That has kind of been my mantra, if you will. And I believe that even all of those the drama behind it, this is the thing, if there's so much drama around it, sometimes, do you find yourself getting worked up into one rabbit hole, going so far deep that it takes 6 months, 12 months, a whole lifetime? Do you ever find that?
No, I'm pretty much like, I just bought 11 books the other day that I'm reading and studying, but I'm finding myself finding the niche of symbols, all these hidden symbols in our faces, all these hidden stories, and then they all still lead back to the alien thing. So like when I was there this past weekend, speaking again about Project Black, the Black League of Alien Contact Knowledge, it was so profound of how many people that are not just, they're into this thing, they're into it, they're just diehards of it. And then also, if I went to another place like in my own community, it's a huge drop, like and so I don't know about the rabbit hole, because you can go in it and you can go deep. It just, I think the conscious community itself, it has so many tentacles, if I use that not in a negative sense, that it just goes everywhere. It really isn't. And I don't think we all just know the complexity of it. And once you do, like you said, go this way, you can just keep going. It's like a ship off course, and you go into your direction, this direction. We all start right here with just a little turn, but over time,
which is the one that, to me, which is the breath. So really, when we get so hyper focused on, and it could be this topic, that thing, whatever, we get so away from just being. And I know it sounds so hippy dippy, but it's really the truth. We're going to be finding that Roddick, you are me, I am you. That that we are all just mirrors of energy. And so when we start to really see even that spiritual world, I go by the label of a psychic medium or a spiritual advisor, and I connect in that way all day long. But everybody can do that, to even name it, or I believe that becoming really intuitive and spiritually connected, we all have it, but it's more so just trying to, when you're evolving. And so whether that be in on the topics of the UFO, the expansion, the multidimensional kind of options and things like that, or the spiritual aspect, I think that, I don't know, I believe that all of it is so connected right now. And what we're all supposed to be understanding is, when we divvy it all up and keeping those different I'm trying to even just think about how when we let everything separate us, that's when we lose. And so these different paths of, let's show them, the Catholic Church is now, it's the Christian faith will uprise, and then this other will uprise. And so what happens is it keeps everybody so disconnected. But if we all chill out, go to yoga, go to meditation, Zen, heal, and all of us can understand that it's just love, right? That's when we ascend. And I think that's what the highest form of the connection, the aliens on the other side, extraterrestrials, whatever you want to use as terms, I think that they're wanting us to discover that we're all one. What do you think?
I agree with you there. I think that I mentioned that on stage, and I was telling people that at the end of the day, you're going to find that we're all talking about the same thing and want to know the same answers. Now, I also believe, without a shadow of a doubt, there's different type of entities and things that do want to control or manipulate the human species and things that we do. And at the end of the day, we could say it's all about love and ascension and our souls, so to speak, finding that experience. And there's just so many stories of that when it come down to it. Because when a lady was sitting there telling me literally about the contract I signed, and I was like, well, did I have a choice? I mean, couldn't I came as Bill Gates' son? What the hell? How did I pick this? In other words, I'm giving it humor, but they didn't find it too funny. She was like, no, seriously, this is blah, blah, blah. But, and then we get into reincarnation. Then we get into, all of these different elements of what we hear and what's going on. So, but I now come to the grips that this is just a human vessel. Our souls, and then we talk about our minds, and then our minds now, our souls are controlling the mind. The mind is like a projector, like a TV projector or the movie. And then the body is just the vessel that carries out the orders of everything else. It's like all of this stuff, and I'm just growing into that manner and saying, okay, that's cool. And it makes me wonder. I know this is off the cuffs here, Courtney, but I had a cousin he was a preacher.
Yeah.
And he preached the gospel as though no other would. And he committed suicide. I'm like, what did he find out all of a sudden that he said, okay, that don't matter. Let me go. Because you would think that's the last thing that a person in that capacity would do, thinking they would go to hell.
Right.
What did he figure out that saying, I'm checking out, So I don't know.
I don't even want to say. I mean, it sounds so crazy. And Ethan and I talk about it all the time. You and I have talked about some of these things. I think that the part of the dark in this world that we're living in today is so dark when you get down to the nitty gritty and how infiltrated, I believe, every system, every part of it is. It gets so dark. And that's almost where I was going when I was saying paranormal, and we go off and you said almost spider leg into another whatever. I'm almost referencing this. The more we know, sometimes we can't put the marshmallows back into the little, piece of plastic or whatever. Like once it's out, it's out. And so it's very hard for some people to go in so many deep directions like this. And then once that maybe they find out truth, maybe they find out the things that many have wanted to keep secret or hidden, call it hidden in plain sight. I'm sure many of you guys hear that term, right? With the signs, the symbols. I think that many people in faith and who are teachers also get tired. And what's sad is many of them feel like they don't have anybody to go to. So first of all, Roderick, I'm so sorry for your loss. This was your uncle?
That was my cousin. I mean, we were cool. I mean, I'm not, and I wouldn't pull my card and say, "Hey, Courtney, can you get me in contact with him?" No, I don't even want to use that.
Yeah, well, we're going to do that. We are going to do that.
What I'm saying, but I'd rather save it for something else. I don't want to. I mean, he's there. He's wherever. I mean, I think I owe him money, so I don't want him to ask me, "Do I have some soul dollars?"
Like, excuse me. No, it's all energy. He gets it. It doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is that even people who we think don't have it hard, you just can't. We don't understand what somebody else is moving through psychologically, emotionally, whatever. And I agree with you though, Roderick, like what did he find out? What did he know to make something like that happen? When it's not their character. That's difficult.
Yeah, that was one of the things. I was like, what did he all of a sudden find out? But another question would be, now that I got you here, would be, why is it, if there's an answer, when people say they do talk or see their loved ones from the other side, how come if it's a kid that was gone 20 years ago, it's still a kid in that realm versus saying it's an adult and say, "I don't recognize you. You my grandmother for what? My cousin, I don't know, but why are we seeing what we left off with versus what reality is if we go into those spaces?"
Okay, such a good question. Now, this is how I always want to state these questions is like, this is how it feels to me. Okay. So I'm not God. I'm not, whatever. Well, wait, I am God. You are God. We are, but I'm not there yet to have maybe that highest sense of true awareness and knowing. So I'll never say, this is the way it is. This is the way it has to be. However, I believe that it's because our consciousness needs to recognize themselves, that other consciousness, and our minds knew them at that. Like that might have been one of our most endearing memories of them, or they might show themselves because that is the way that they felt the most comfortable. But typically, I believe that if a grandmother is coming through from the other side, that the person that's alive, the child that's alive that is seeing her, the grandmother is going to come in a way that was the most maybe familiar to the soul here still on earth. So I believe that that's why. Very interesting.
Yeah, because it's just kind of, you see it even in movies or where the other person, in fact, I was watching some kind of movie. I forget the name of it. This little boy was talking to his mother, and his mother said something about, the daughter that she didn't ever have. I think she had either miscarriage or abortion or whatever it was. And the little boy said, "Well, she would have been my sister." And the mom was like, "Well, where you hear that?" "Well, she told me I saw her." "What do you mean you seen her?" "What does she look like?" "Well, she got hair like yours." "What's her name?" And then this is the good part. He says she didn't have a name. Y'all didn't give her one yet.
Oh.
Yeah. And he was like,
so they were like,
yes, their face was cracked and on the ground. And he said, "Yeah, y'all didn't give her a name yet. So she don't have a name." I'm like, okay, now that makes more sense.
Yeah. Well,
for him to say that,
But when these things are real, you can't make them up. It's that kind of like, and many of us have, stories from this aunt or that mom having experiences like that, but we don't really think about recording our own. I have another story like that. Can I share it?
You can. Let's go.
Anderson, who you have met, your best bud, right? My little girl.
Yep.
She is 9 now, and she was probably just at the age where the child could say like papa or grandma, like just very basic family names, right? And so she was still kind of bald. We're sitting in a chair together in the living room, and I had a round table right next to that chair. And I had just moved in. I was pulling wallpaper, and I did not have a lot of pictures out or anything like that. And even in well, anyway, so there was one picture of my family, my whole mom's side of the family. There were grandparents, there were my, all my cousins, there were my aunts, my uncles, and so many people. And Anderson leans up and she's looking at this picture, and she takes her sweet little, she may have been 3 years old, and she pointed to my mother and said, that's my, she was essentially saying, that's my grandma. And she pointed six people away, and because my parents were not standing together, and she said, that's my papa. And I grabbed my phone, and I know this is real. I do this for a living. I've been doing it for like 20 years. When it happens, and so I grabbed my phone, and I have the sweetest picture of the back of her head in that picture. And both my parents have been gone for many, many, many years.
Wow.
She would have never have known them. What that tells me is what I've always felt to be true, is that those little babies, before they even come to this earth, they're with our loved ones. They know energetically on the other side. It's the sweetest thing. But those kinds of stories we should all be writing down, so that, and we should all be a skeptic. We should all, want proof. I'm very much like that. But in time, you're going to gain proof. It's pretty amazing. But anyway, another cool story.
I know you and I have been talking about doing some type of event. So when we can put that together, we're going to do a live event. We'll either do it, we're going to come there to Oklahoma, or
why not? We can come to Oklahoma. Yeah, Oklahoma. It's very central. So everybody listening, come out to Oklahoma City, very central. Yeah, we need to do that. We need to put that on. And so like a workshop, weekend workshop, or evening, daytime workshop, something like that. So that would be really cool. We need to set that in motion. I
know we talked about it. So how many people you think, to make it more intimate, what would be the max?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, you could say, I want to say 50, 80.
Okay.
What do you think? How many people? Well, you said intimate. That's why I said 50, 80.
Well, intimate if we can get, because I want to get some people telling some stories. I really want to. I wish we can. You don't do regressions though, do you? Do you?
Okay, so I connect your guides and angels, and we can tune into the lifetime. Many lifetimes can come through. However, my favorite is what is more prominent is the lifetime that's more so kind of you're working through or learning through today. So the one that you're kind of like, working through stuff, that's the most fun. But I do have a lot of clients that see me for that.
All right. So yeah, I want to do some stuff where we can really bring out some high strangeness, so to speak.
Yeah.
And intimate would be, I don't know what time of year would be good for, like if we did some outdoor event or something, but I'll probably be the only one ate up by mosquitoes or something with my body.
They get me all the time. The mosquitoes, but yeah. So what is your number? I want to hear your number. What is that?
Which number of people?
Yeah.
It just depends. I think maybe 25 to 50, maybe. Okay. It just depends on if it's 25. I'd rather more people will be better. It can cut down the cost of everything. Not the 25 is paying the bigger price for the venue. But maybe if we can do, because I know we've been talking about it for months and months. But now when I came back from this Project Black speech and this whole thing, and seeing the whole business side went on, I'm like, dude, you are so far behind, and get this thing together and start working this thing, because it's huge. So yeah, I just want us to go ahead and put it in motion. And but 50 is fine. I mean, it depends on a place, if there's a good venue.
I've got venues for 20 to 50, and then I've got a couple that could go up to 200 and something. So we can start. How about this year with a smaller intimate, and then we could just do other larger things later. So how many of you guys listening tonight would come out to Oklahoma City? Say me or say OKC in the comments.
Wait a minute, Courtney. Hang on. Let me put us up a little closer in here. I don't know if you see this, but I'm wearing this hat. This is our new slogan, SLML, meaning stop lying, mother effer. And so I'm going to call out anybody who said they coming and know they're not coming. I got the hat on. So y'all know. Don't be lying.
Don't let him down.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong. I would and will are two different things. I would if I didn't, blah, blah, blah. I would if I didn't have to go out with my girlfriends. Oh, I would if I didn't have to, so it's a lot of I woulds, but we need some I will. Or yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, you still get short now. It's crickets. I'm starting to hear crickets out there, and I can just.
Oh, Ethan said he'd come. That's great.
Yeah, he said he'll be there. That's one. Me, you, and Ethan.
Yes.
All right, man. That's cool.
Ethan steak.
All right, girlfriend of base says she will. That's what I'm talking about. See, the wheels is what you want to hear. Yeah, the wheels. Courtney could call us out.
That's right. That's right. I wouldn't call you out.
Oh, so she's saying you would know. Yeah, she wouldn't do that. I'm going to do it.
But I might side eye you. Just kidding. Yeah, no, we should do it.
She'll send a message to me and say, "Oh, that me and the moon, she ain't coming." Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Courtney. Yeah, be like, good.
That's right. Okay, yeah. we gotta go to Rhode Island. I do think we should do like a little 4BK tour with all the podcasters too. That would be fun. We'll just hit spots here and there.
Yeah, that'll be good. I know. My book will be ready. I was talking to Billy and them, so we're going to try to have it ready for the event, book signing at the event.
That's so good.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
Proud of you.
Yeah, a couple other stuff going to be happening, so we're going to shock it all. But yeah, so let's do something in Dallas. I want to. I don't know how we can call it and mix it up and really do some things, but really be something special.
Yeah, you're thinking one day thing, right? Like
it could be one day, or it could be maybe like a let's say it was a Friday night thing, and then all day Saturday, night was maybe a meet thing where we can just kind of get in personal, and that could be more of a VIP for people that's coming in that night or the evening or something.
Yeah, that actually sounds like a good time. We just booked a big event for anybody. I did see one of my VIP inner circle people here tonight. But we're going to do like a VIP meet and greet, essentially like a little weekend retreat in, I think we said September. Let me look here. And so what do you think about August? So if we do
well, we're going to be, we'll be in Miami the first part of August, and then you get married. What day is that now?
June 14th, 2025. But
2020. I don't know why I was already prepared to come up there next month. I don't know why I thought it was this year.
Oh, look, somebody says I will sign up and go to Oklahoma. Teresa, good. So, okay, so I'm with girlfriend. What does it say? Girl from the Bay. August, too soon. I know August. I do think it's too soon.
Yeah, August, because we're going to be, some of them going to be already flying to the Conscious Awards.
So this is for me. September. I mean, I guess we could do it in September. We could do it.
Well, the YouTube conference this year is in October. I think you coming to Dallas with me on that one, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. I think we talked about it, but I don't think anything's set in stone on my side.
Yeah, I'll look and see.
Is that 4BK?
No, this one's going to be it's for Mr. Beast, the YouTube. They're here September the 3rd through the 5th.
Oh, yes. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yes, I want to do that. Yeah, I do want to do that. When is it?
September the 3rd through the 5th.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there'll be a Dallas again this year.
I want Ethan. Ethan's going to retire. Like, we're going to manifest it. Everybody manifest Ethan.
Yes.
And working. And then there is the YouTube training course. See, he already knew. So Ethan, maybe he'll be running the show by then. Just kidding. Or not. M&M, Courtney's gifts are real and amazing. Oh, sometimes I feel like she's tapping into my energy. First of all, that is so sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend. I'm actually very ethical. When it comes to like reading other people, like it would, how when you can just walk in a room and something feels funny, that's usually about as far as I go. I don't, and Roderick, that we've been together, multiple times and in work settings and hanging out settings and, dinner and glammed up and all the things. And has there ever been a time where you felt like I was like, let me tell you about this? Ever?
Oh, no, but I now that Ethan talking about tornadoes, I got a gift for you.
Oh, you do? What is it?
Okay, I have to play the commercial. I have to play the commercial because they sponsoring me.
Okay,
so
good.
Let me play it, but then I got one for you. I got a gift for you and Ethan. It ain't your wedding gift. This is just a pre-love gift. But since they are sponsors, and he said the word tornadoes, and I forgot. So let me find the commercial. Oh God, they're gonna be like, here we go. I'm gonna play it now.
For decades, tornadoes have caused mass devastation and cost thousands of American lives. In over half a century, detection methods have not evolved past basic radar technology, which is wrong 75% of the time, with warnings that are typically 10 minutes old by the time news of potential danger reaches you. So why are lives still lost? Tornadoes are proven to be the result of severe electrical activity, which typically creates an electrical blackout, blocking cell and radio signals, rendering current warning technology useless. In this devastating problem, the solution has been found. Introducing Tornado Alert, the world's first personal tornado, lightning, and severe weather detector. Tornado Alert uses patented, NASA-validated methodology based upon over 40 years of recognized scientific research to detect electrical activity specific to tornadoes with 95% accuracy. Constantly listening, Tornado Alert detects and warns you of impending danger with a 30-mile radius, giving you up to 30 minutes warning specific to your location. As the tornado, lightning, or severe storm approaches, Tornado Alert constantly tracks electrical storm activity, providing you with a real-time alert, setting off a full tornado warning with a 90 decibel siren and strobe light when a tornado is in close proximity, giving you and your family crucial time to get to safety, especially at night when over 70% of fatalities occur. When a tornado is close, being accurately warned could be the difference between life and death. Tornado Alert, when every second counts.
All right, so Tornado Alert, I have some, and I'm going to send you one.
Oh, thanks.
I got one. These things are, and they go off long before the news catches it. This thing is tracking in a 30-mile radius and everything else. People can find them at Home Depot, different places, like $100 and something bucks. But I had about 10 that I was just giving to my audience, like $60 or $75. That includes the shipping. That's half off for y'all. But I'm sending you one free. Don't you worry about it. This is the love.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're up there in that tornado alley. In 2015, I had one, or not 2015, one a few years back, hit our house. We lost everything. And that tornado was no joke. They're no joke.
We were just in the our home. It's crazy that it doesn't have a shelter. But I mean, I'm like, we have a swimming pool, but you don't have a shelter. Crazy. Anyway, we go across the street to our dear friends. They have one. And so we ran over there. And normally Ethan, is that typical guy, I'm throwing you under the bus, where he stands out and he's like, oh, it's fine. And, we grew up where it was such a norm. So a lot of you see that all the time where the husbands are like, it's fine. But seeing him get a little like, oh, whoa, nervous. And even the neighbor's husband, everybody was on high alert the other night. And so it was like, I think it finally died down about 3.5 miles before that hook got us. And so we were pretty close. So.
Yeah, this thing is no joke. They're pretty much. But anyway, I got 5 left to the audience. The cash app at the top that, like I said, or you can go to the store, get you one, but don't wait till it's too late. You'll spend about $100 and some bucks, but 60 plus the 15 for shipping, brand new in a box. I will ship it right out to you. Cash out me with your telephone number, the money, and then I'll call you and get your address and put it out in the mail this week. But anyway, so I have a few that they gave, and it's pretty much. But anyway, I went to, like I said, the conference this weekend. And there were some crazy people. I had people that really said some cruel things to me. Not a lot. The event organizers was the bomb. The whole thing was the bomb. But I was there in the parade, like I said, 20,000 people. And there's probably, Courtney, maybe 2 or 3 African-American people there. And I don't know the difference in that. But I will say that I wish more people in my community would come out and experience that parade. All of y'all need to go next year. That thing was the most craziest. The town, every store, little kids dressed like aliens with their own flying saucers, big aliens, people, and everybody was, most of them wearing tinfoil, this, dancing with lights everywhere, calling the extraterrestrials. It was just so freaking phenomenal. I just was like, anybody who watched this will start asking for aliens if you get here on this deal. But what I do need is to get that what's the entourage? We got to have an entourage wherever we go.
Somebody just said we should come together and go next year. So then you say the word entourage. I'm like, hello, telepathic connection right there. So you should have all of your, your team, all your buddies, all the, your friends, and have everybody meet.
Yes.
You can wear your T-shirt or your hats, and then go as the,
I think it's yes, it would be important because I did Face Up, and they did this round table thing, and I had a few people that got into me. One of them really was getting into me, and I protected myself. I was really good, but overall, it launched a whole new dawn of things, and was pretty awesome. But I did get an email from a text actually and said, hey, we might bring you back out again and blah, blah, blah. I was like, yes. Yeah. And so it was a little different and everything else. But other than that, it was the most beautiful thing that we could literally, you should go to do all that too. So let's talk about where I got you here. I'm not going to hold you too much longer, but I'm glad you're here. But if you're here, I'm going to keep you talking because I got questions for you.
I love it. I love it. I have to say though, Teresa, I think it was Teresa earlier, was like, so August, September.
Oh, for what we were talking about. All right. Well, let's nail it back now. I don't know.
I would say September-ish. August is way too soon. It would have to be.
We're talking about Oklahoma though in September. I mean, is it y'all? The weather still good up there? Cold or?
October was cold last year, but normally, I mean, you're good till like probably the second to third week in October, I think. And I'm always freezing, so I think it would be great. I think it would be fine, but that's up to you.
Yeah, I will say, let me see, someone said they cashed out me about coffee or something. I cashed out you regarding coffee, Miss Judge. I don't know if she did that today. I don't see anything. In fact, I don't even know if my cash app is working. Somebody need to test it. I need a few people.
I was like, it's so funny, and I was like, oh wait, no.
No, that's what we do. We need a scientific panel test to this cash app tonight to make sure it's working and it works. And for some reason, I mean, we need to like really punch it work and all that. But yep, there it is on the screen. There's the coffee link there if you guys get some coffee and stuff too.
I love that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Whatever day. I think so we are going to say 1 day or 2 day, one day and a half.
Well, we could do, I mean, I could see it being the Friday night and then the Saturday, and then so I could see that, where like you said it, meet and greet that evening, and then the next day workshop, speak, whatever, all the things. I think that would be really cool. So I think we just booked, I believe it was the 27th and 28th for my VIP inner circle. People will be coming. And I think, like I said earlier, I think 1 or 2 of you might be in here. So you've got information nobody else knows. So I would say September 13th or the 20th.
September the 13th or the 20th. Okay. And someone else said November. That's cold though, right?
I mean, sometimes it just.
We're going to be indoor. We're going to be campfiring out, catching catfish in the rivers of Oklahoma. So,
right. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, we could do October, and it could be Halloween, or we could do November, whichever. So,
all right. There's a couple of people trying to test the cash app. It's moving a little bit. It's like shaking, but it just hadn't like yet. Just trying to see how it works, but there's a couple of tests. It seems to be a connection there, maybe a connection,
so funny.
Yeah, I mean, even though I'm working on my weight, but I could go buy a candy bar, maybe not. That may be a little too expensive. But I'm just testing it.
That's right, Ethan.
You
Yeah,
said
maybe.
Friday
Oh,
13th?
so Friday, yeah, Friday the 13th. We could do that if we wanted to be eerie. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't care. Friday 13th, that'll be really good. Then I'll be in there talking about.
Ew, I just got the chills when you
You know
said
what I'm saying? They all be sitting there meditating. I'll be in the back.
exactly.
You know,
Ew. Yeah, I'm like, no, I don't. Yeah, no, I don't like that. That's so funny. I used to love scary movies, and as I've gotten older, scary movies and uh, the roller coasters makes me so sad. Isn't that sad?
roller coaster. I don't get on
I don't love roller coasters or like scary movies anymore. Yeah, I'm not really down for it. Okay, so what were you going to ask me?
Well, all right. So let's go into some psychic stuff here a little bit.
Okay.
All right. And my thing is, should we, and this is, and we don't have to get into the detail, just make it general. Don't point it at me though.
Okay.
But why would it be in somebody's best interest to call you up and say, I need you to read this situation about this person that I'm in a relationship with?
Okay, well, happens
In a general way, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I have lots of clients that are, say they're somebody who's single and they're wanting to be in a relationship and they're wanting to connect with somebody who, is at a spot in their lives, that they just want to know that they're not going to mess up again or, that somebody's not going to hurt them or whatever. So I have lots of clients like that coming to me. I have people who are in relationships, marriages, who have lots of questions about that. They feel certain things. Maybe they want confirmation of certain things, and that information can come through. But I always, again, like facts, proof, all of those things. And so in those sessions, so many things will come through in your own life that will back it up, that you will be, very often people are like shocked because of how in depth the information, how emotional it is, and how it helps them transcend it like in that moment. It's the most beautiful thing ever, those sessions. But people come to me for a gazillion reasons, so many different reasons.
Yeah,
So
but does that hurt the pure potentiality of life or being part of the unexpected,
I love it. I love that. Let's see here. I love that you asked that question. I think that no, if you hold on to the information, then you're holding on to it, and it's like, but that's not how it is. So the more we know nothing. I approach everything in life back to that, that verbiage. It's a quantum physics quote, and I believe that what is observed is changed. So when we're brave enough to see something and then understand also that we get to create even this next moment, that they're not without choice. So if they come to see me, typically what happens is it's very much like I'm showing them an energetic mirror. So once you see, oh, okay, that's how it feels. They're getting confirmation for the things that they feel. So it helps them ground in their energy so that they can still find peace and take the steps to make the choice in the next moment. So it's when I help somebody, I'm not a palm reader. I'm not, there's so many different things like that. So my information is not shocking, I would say. It might be like beautifully jaw dropping because you're getting confirmations in a way that maybe you had known things for yourself, but it's not like dramatic, if you will, you know what I mean? And so when a client comes to me, they've been referred by somebody else. Typically they do not even know what in the world to expect. But when I give them the information, I help them see the choices to their paths clearly. That's what I do. So then they get to, because they see the paths clearly, they get to then say, what do I want? You know what I mean? So if a client comes to me and she's in, say, a terrible terrible marriage or something like that, I can tell her, if nothing changes today, this is the way the path, how it feels to me. And even when I give her that information, I want her to take what she wants and leaves what she doesn't, right? Because she's the boss. She is source, God, light, universe. And so I want her to hear it, but I want her not to hold on to or strangle the information coming through. Because when we do that, just that tense or that tightness in our energy, it just confines us from being able to move to the next moment. So when that person were to come to me, I could tell her how life would look if she stayed. I could tell her how, if you chose to leave, these are your options of energetic choices. So I get to help her, through those different paths, seeing those clearly. And then I give her the other outcome of, say she went a whole, completely different direction. That's also what I do for my clients that are, business owners or entrepreneurs. They very often record their sessions and then even use them with their attorneys or things like that when they're making big investment moves or different business decisions with their employees or whatever. And so that's what I do, is I help you see the energy clearly so that then you can make a choice on what you want to do with your life. So it's really cool. But most people misunderstand it until they do it.
Yeah, I just think it's I think someone else was saying something about free will. At the end of the day, I guess people could choose, like you say, I'm giving you all these options, and then you say, okay, I'll choose this one, or I want this type of life. And sometimes they try to use the term timelines. We can shift timelines or whatever in this life and all that good stuff. But
I believe that.
Yeah, and I think it's just I just want to ask that question because, you would think that, people would expect you to just be, here's this, and turn left and turn right like a navigation system, but I don't think it works that way,
I think I'm putting in my contact information in there, guys. Thank you. By the way, go follow my YouTube page. I'd love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm very humble when it comes to my sessions. I've been doing it for 20 years. I've got clients all over the world. Now, when the clients come to me, and many that are a client, many of them remain for so long. I've had clients consistently for, 18, 15 years, 16 years now. And what's cool is that I don't even know where I was going with that.
Did you put somebody asked for your contact information? You put it in the chat?
I did put it in there. I thought I
don't
did.
see it yet.
Where were we go? Yeah, it just went. Maybe somebody took it.
It's probably got the delay on this end.
Probably. There. No.
Nope.
Anyway, what was I just saying, Roderick? Now I don't even remember what I was saying. Somebody remind me.
Yeah, I was looking to hang on. Let me try to see if we can put the
I'm putting it on there again.
Must be a super delay on our end though. Yeah, because I don't see it. I don't see anything.
It says, yeah, I've done it twice.
What's the last chat you see right now?
Mine. I see Barbara.
Okay, and shifting time.
Yeah, it's shifting time. I see me. Maybe it's spamming. Here,
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, put it in the. Yeah, you hear in the thing. You should be able to type it there.
Yep. Boop, boop, boop. There.
There we go. Right there.
Come through.
Yep. There you go.
I'm going to put on my. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Y'all see her website. It's coming. She's typing it in where I'm at, but y'all, it looked like I'm putting it in there, but she's doing it because we're in the same system. So there you go. And
because we're family. See that? We have each other's.
Yeah.
I can come on your YouTube page, my friend, and I could just do my own telethon for you. I'll be like, hey guys, everybody go on and go vote.
Yes, you can. You tell them to vote for Roderick and Courtney, all of us at the Conscience Award this year. And speaking of that, real quick, so what do you think? The boat, or you think the celebrity game? What do you think we're going to have the most fun at this time?
Oh, it's making me smile. Water. I'm like 100% sure that I passed in a like I drowned in the ocean or something like that. And so I didn't even think about it until you just said that. I've been thinking, oh, the yacht, it's going to be so much fun. 19 Keys is hosting. We're going to have a ball. So many different people. And we get to have a good time with my friends, right? With all of you. And so I was thinking that would be really cool until I thought, oh, wait, it's a boat on water. I don't know that I'm happy about that. I think the game will be fun.
Mm-hmm.
I think the boat.
I don't even know who's going to be playing. Is it a game or?
I know of one possible person,
Okay.
or not. Well, I know of one for sure person, but I know that they're calling out all the stops. So I think it's going to be a good time. I don't know that. I think I'm going to be sitting there rooting them on and cheerleading from.
Oh
the
yeah,
side.
I'm not going to be on the court. I mean, I'm going to be watching. So.
Yeah, I think Billy's going to play, and I think that Justin Carson's going to also play. I believe that was another name that I got for sure. And so I know that they're working on all of the others. I don't know that I'm privy to say just yet, but
You and Ethan not going to be in the game and play?
No, Ethan and I are going to be cheerleaders right next to you, my friend.
Oh,
yeah.
Ethan, he can't play basketball?
No, he can play.
I mean, the movie said white man can't jump, but he can jump though.
He can. Oh, Ethan can jump. Listen,
yeah, I know Ethan. I know he can jump.
He's got some, maybe not pizzazz.
I know he can do that tomahawk slam.
He's got some game, right? He's probably listening and saying no.
But
no, I had a really good time at the Conscious Awards. I know most of you dudes don't love putting on your tuxes and looking really, you might like that. Do you like doing that or no? You look sharp, Roderick. You look.
I was burning the F up. It was hot. And then you know how they had us going behind. We all got lost back there, right?
We did. We got so lost.
We got lost behind the scenes, and I was burning up. And we talking all them stairs, and we were going back and forth. And I was like, you know what? But I'm a little more prepared this year. I've been I've been exercising to make sure. But then at the same time, 19 Keys, and they just rolled out there in their leisure and got their awards while everybody else was, hadn't, sweeping off tuxedos and all that. They was comfortable pulling it in. I'm like, just be yourself, So
yeah, it'll be a beautiful night. I think that our kids, Anderson went last year. Our son's gonna get to go this year. So excited. My oldest, she's been traveling too much, so she and her fiance aren't going to make it. But it's a family affair, and it's going to be really great. I'm excited about, even the Saturday before is going to be cool too. So not just the.
You're going to be on the panel though, right? Or are you going to be on the
panel? Yeah, I'll be on the women's panel with Elizabeth and Kika and Ashley Boyd. She's wonderful, and so I'm excited. That'll be a really good time.
Yeah. And I think, like I say, the night on the boat would be cool. And that's going to be really cool. I can't wait for that one. Actually, the whole event, and just really has a great time there. And then we're going to bring home our awards on that Sunday. Yeah.
Where's yours? Is yours behind you?
It's a crystal, right?
Okay.
There.
Oh.
Yeah, right there.
I think I see it up there. Mine's across the house, but mine's in my office where I do sessions. And so we're going to bring.
Yeah, you can see it, the tip of it, like right
yep,
there. Yeah, there it is. So it's sitting there on the shelf. And but I want the bigger one. I want that one that two people have to carry off the stage.
Yes. I'll be like, excuse me, help, please. No, I think that would be awesome.
Yeah. And so I'm just so proud of what they do. And just every year, this thing going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And we can kind of really knock this thing out. But like I said, I'm going to be there. I should be doing my book signing.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And a meet and greet. We're going to have to do a meet and greet. I don't, we'll get that figured out somehow. So Miami, me, you, and Kika.
Yeah. And we can do that. And then, I did it at my hotel last year, and it was really cool. But a bunch of people showed up. And then, so it worked out really well, especially seeing past the usernames, because everybody just telling their username. Then you're like, oh, that's you. So I think that was pretty cool.
That happened to me. Well, early, I think even when we got to the beautiful place last year, which I believe we're doing it there this year as well. Ethan had parked the car. He was walking across the parking lot. We were there all early, all of us women, especially getting, hair and makeup done. And Ethan was walking across the parking lot to come back into the building, and he got to the door and somebody started screaming, Ethan, Ethan. And he turned, he was like, what in the world? Because he realizes, oh, wait, we're not home. We're in Miami. This is weird. And so he turns around, and the woman came over and she said, Courtney, you're Courtney's Ethan. And she was somebody who watched the podcast. If you're listening, I wish you were, say that was me. But he came and he was like, that was kind of like the coolest thing ever. That was so crazy. And so later, after the Conscious Awards, because it was such a whirlwind, I know we went to the VIP room. We, came downstairs and went straight in there, but there wasn't a lot of mingling time for us anyway. And after the Conscious Awards were over, we just all kind of walked out into the, entry area. And there were so many people that came up and were saying, we're so excited to be here. We listen to the podcast all the time. And, you and I have had this podcast here on this network for years now, right? And so as they were coming up, they were exactly like you said, reciting their names. And it was the coolest thing to be like, you're my friend, because I know you, Roderick, like when you guys are commenting and you're interacting with us, like you're my friends. And so I know, Roderick, you feel the same way.
Hey, we're brothers and sisters. Yeah.
It's so cool. I love that.
No, I just think it's all pretty much. All right. So we're going to have a couple of more conversations, then we're going to get out of here. Okay. And I know, Ethan, so
he's on the road, and my little girl is spending the night at a friend's house. So you got me on a night when I, was just sitting at home doing laundry. So all the things.
All right. Well, you know what? If that's the case, let me get my other questionnaires out. I'm just kidding. Yeah. But yeah, so far, the thing that I will tell everybody, and then we'll just touch bases on. I know you keep up with the UFO disclosure. And a while ago, we were just talking about aliens could be people's neighbors. Their neighbors could be aliens. Have you ever encountered that you may have been working with a client and maybe sense some non-human type feelings, or, you know what I'm saying? Something like that,
Yeah, I have. And I think it's happened maybe 2 times now. It's interesting. I don't even know what else to call it, but interesting. Because when I say it's interesting, I'm not claiming or naming it or trying to define it, because I also understand that I don't know how the hell to define it. People have all of these amazing terms. They want to tell you what they all think. And I'm okay with saying, hi, I'm witnessing it. And let's just see where it evolves and how it goes. I don't have to necessarily have it all perfectly outlined, if that makes sense. And when I've had a client sit with me in that way, they're typically very aware of it. Now, it doesn't usually feel like it's a cocky, it doesn't ever feel combative with, in the way that I've had that experience. It's more so that they just want somebody else to witness them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. It just, sometimes, maybe, I think there's hybrids walking around that don't know that they are.
Yes.
And those are the ones, where you just stumble up on something and say, wait a minute, they just reveal themselves, so to speak, and especially in this world of high strangeness and all of that stuff. I just think it's all kind of, I don't know.
I'm finding, in the way that you said that, it makes me feel like you're also referring to people who are hybrids and, like you said, aren't quite aware of it.
Yeah.
And I actually see more of the reverse. I see people that now it might make them nervous. It might, I don't want to say scare them, but when they come to me, it's because they have so many questions, but it's more so that they want confirmation for either that fear or what they think it is. They don't want to even almost label it themselves, if you will. And so it's usually people like us guys, people who are that never are satisfied with the answer. Hello, you, Roderick, right? It's somebody who's on a constant quest of more knowledge, more information, and it's
Right.
more so because you're remembering them. You know, like it's not that we're sitting here learning new information. It all has always been there at our fingertips. And so it's more like we're in this human meat suit. We're now becoming made conscious of what we're already aware of. And so when I say that, Roderick, are there moments when you're going over kind of a new concept or a new theory or something, and you hear it and you're like, wait, like you in an eerily way, you're so comforted within it because you already feel as though you know that to be true, but it's something new that you're actually hearing for the first time. Have you had moments like that?
I have a lot of moments like that. I'm studying some stuff now that it's pulling me to begin the conversation here with our audience. And as I keep going deeper, it's like, wait a minute, I've seen this before, or it's drawing me in, but it's like, man, I just feel so compelled. But it's like lately I've been feeling that I'm in the right place. I'm where I'm supposed to be. I'm doing, and I used to not be lost about it, but I always was on a quest trying to find the context of the conversations that I would like to have. And now I've found it, and I found it so much that the person who I'm doing all this learning from is no longer with us, that I find myself talking to the spirit and saying, hey, you don't have no more use for it there. Give it all back here so I can finish.
No, it's not about give it up, Roderick. So
yeah.
I'm like, take a breath with me, Roderick. Full 4 count breath in, full 4 count breath in, and then pause. Pause for 4 counts. Thank you. Thank you for the awareness that is mine. Thank you for being a teacher on my path. Exhale 4 counts out, asking nothing but the highest, truest, or the best to manifest upon us now. It's like you've met them, you know them. They have an expertise. They have energy around them. When you tune into their frequency, to their energy, with that breath, which is source, God, oneness. It's free, by the way, guys. What we're doing is we're raising in frequency and connecting in the higher grid of connection. So call it quantum jumping, quantum leaping, quantum physics, spirit, I don't care what you call it, but you're rising to the moment where you can extract that information from your own energy. Call it another lifetime, a future life, whatever. Call it whatever you want. But it's energy. And when we're within the breath, man, that's who you are. That's what I am. That's what we're made of.
It's funny, yeah, because I've been doing it lately, and I've been ordering and I'm watching, and it was so good that I started reading, because I would watch all the videos of this person, and then I start reading the book, and I promise you, as I start reading, his voice was just coming across as though he was reading it to me, because I've been summing it up. I'm like, look, just bring it. I'll finish it. I'm intrigued. And it just have caught me. And like I said, I probably in the last few days ordered 10 books, and I just been reading them, and I'll call a friend of mine and be like, man, oh my God, this is just real stuff. And I'm just there. But I want to bring it into our community of conversation. And that's what I do plan on doing it, because, my whole point was to always try to figure out how to not just talk with Project Black for, okay, we want to expose stories in our community, but how do you turn it to a teachable moment? Where is that teachable side? So when we start doing our seminars and all that, where I can bridge it all together, and all of a sudden it's just been hitting me like, and like, yeah, I accept it. Come on, keep coming. It's like, bring it. Yeah.
And when you can be so confident in that space, Roderick, which you are, you have been in, oh my gosh, that journey, because you said it earlier, you spoke on a topic that you didn't even realize you would kind of speak on. Was that right? At that event? And I think you called me. Didn't we have a conversation about this when you got back?
Not this one. I didn't. I just got back from this one. I just got back from this one, this big event. I called you the first one when I was doing, it was a smaller, this was a 900 people audience. I just got back Monday, Tuesday. I mean, yesterday or whatever. Yeah.
So it was the last event. There's, if I can say, can I go there with you?
Where you want to go? Now put it in a private chat first. Let me see.
No, I'm just saying that we all evolve. So I'm going to say it in a loose. We all evolve, and so even the work that you're doing, when we kind of step into this paranormal or conspiracy, I mean, that's your middle name, for gosh sakes, my friend.
Oh my God, yeah.
Don't you, I know I've often said that it feels like coming out of the closet, because we can be very ridiculed. We can be, chastised for our work. We can be called, all kinds of things, Roderick. And I know that you and I both discussed it. I mean, my ex-husband had struggled with part of that, and later, got it, he understood it. I know we've talked about things like that. And when I know, Roderick, as you're sharing, as I've been sharing, my work what I speak about today isn't necessarily what I was talking about 15 years ago, 18, 12, even 6, you know what I mean? And so us evolving as speakers and leaders, and as we all heal, teaching from that space. And so when you were just talking about just appreciating that, and I kept thinking, oh my gosh, Roderick, you're going to be sharing so much of your own growth, and how I can't wait to watch it.
Oh my God. It's I have grown so much to a point to where it has actually, I've always wanted to get a little finer for the summer and get my sexy back, my swab. I mean, I keep the big swab, but I want a little different swab. And for some reason lately, not only the commitment of knowledge has been so fulfilling, and I'm really going at this. I'm reading tonight. I got some books, and I'm watching and reading stuff over and over to reinterpret it. But it also has led me to say, wait a minute, you now need to really study not just your health, food consumption, all of the everything. You need to put all of this in a fine bowl and begin to just revamp yourself, because you have a whole nother ball game is about to enter. Because a lot of stuff, without saying to everybody here, I got a lot of big other deals that we're about to complete, the book deals, and so my life is getting ready to just right.
Yeah.
But at the other side of that fence is not only you want the energy, you just want to enjoy it. But even this weekend, it was just, I just knew that I could get more mobile. I can do more things, have a little more energy to do what I'm doing. And I'm just kind of skating through it. But the other part of that is it's all profound, and I'm ready to give people something they've never seen before. I think that, I walked away with confirmation, of course, competence breeds confidence, or vice versa, whatever. But at this point, to seeing the crowd at that magnitude, receiving what I say to some of these people, most of the time, some things that I try to point through, but just to see the expressions, the change of tone, you can see their energy went from here to here, where I warned them. I knew the moment when I warned, all the hundreds of people over, and it was so beautiful and surreal. And I was just looking, and I got, like I said, back to my room, and I was so proud, and man, you're doing this thing, you're here. Even when the MC read my bio, and I never really listened to all the accomplishments I've done, and I don't brag about them when I should, right? And I don't brag about them but I have. And one of the things that person said to me when I went up into the mountain, she was like, all of this has just came up on you over the last few years, right? And I was like, yeah. And it was just like, you haven't seen nothing yet. You're about to embark on an area that is needed, is warranted, and somewhere in your past life you were doing something similar, and you're about to do it again. And then that's when she started telling me about my soul contract, and giving me details, and I'm like, wow. And I just walked away from that moment and that experience and saying, nothing just happened. I was supposed to be there. And what makes it so weird is 2.5 years ago, I my second video here on YouTube, if the audience go look, I did a video about the Trent photos in McMinnville, Oregon. It was 2 minutes. It was a story that fascinated me. And I put that up on the screen at the end of the thing like 2 years ago. I'm talking about this event. It was 2 minutes, and now I'm here speaking at this event. This is the third time of something like this has happened in my life. And now it's like I'm no longer waking up in the mornings like, okay, you got to work. Because I work 24/7, 12, 365 plus OT. Now it's like, okay, you get ready to work smarter. You know exactly what you're going to be doing. You know exactly who you're going to reach. You know what your message is. You're going to pull in this knowledge, and you're going to get yourself together, and the world is yours.
Mm-hmm. You're stepping into your light.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you're taking ownership. And so it doesn't, sometimes we're all taught to play small and to not maybe even dim somebody else's shine, or, I find it the most difficult to talk about my own, like you said, accomplishments or whatever. It's taken a long time, even just to be able to do what I do. I think that though you've had the calling on your heart to share, you've had the calling on your heart to speak up, and sometimes all we have to do is show up and be able to speak from that space of truth and authenticity, and whatever's to be will be. And I think that when we do it in the light, when we do it from such a really soulful, true place, it can't help but have a higher frequency of opportunities. And that's that you're reaping what you sow. Like, you've been putting so much work in, Roderick, and your dedication. And it's not easy. You and I both know it's not easy. So on those days,
my God, and I was like, okay, I'm finna go up here and show the muscle. I'm like, I'm gonna show them the muscle. I'm gonna give them all. And it was the most surreal part, once again, is that you're in an unknown place. And, I'm the only one. I'm sticking out like greatness here. I'm going to use that word. And I'm like, okay, let me just get up on this stage. And like I said, when he started reading off everything and they was clapping and I went in. But the other beautiful part was that when the speech, before I spoke, I was there an hour early to do my setup. All these people was there coming in early. And the surprising part of it is every speaker, you have to pay for each event separately that you wanted to attend. Now, to be sitting there looking out to those hundreds of people, knowing that they specifically paid to hear me. They had options to choose times in different places, and they were just coming in. And I was like, this is not happening. It is happening.
What the little boy within you thought, oh my gosh, I get to do this for a living.
Oh my God. I start thinking about all the people around me who says, oh, you got the gift of gab and all. I'm like, no, I'm a professional speaker. I get paid to do this. I get paid. And I got up there and I just had so much fun. I had them people rolling over. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to enjoy this thing. But I was so sincere and I spoke from the heart. And to know that, afterwards, I probably signed about 30 autographs, little kids and big people, hey, I want your autograph. Can you sign my booklet? And I'm like, yeah, I got that. And then I started working on my little stroke. Like, yeah, right. And then one lady came up. She said, I've been waiting on you. Can I take some pictures with you? And I was like, yeah. And then one time I was out to dinner and a lady came up and she says, well, I don't want to bother you. You're eating. And for a moment, my ego stepped in and I was like, yeah, I'm eating. She turned and I said, no, take them. Come on, take the pictures. What are you talking about? And I was like, no, I can reheat this back up.
You were like,
it was so great. But at the end of the day, it was the message that I've been putting out here for 6 months, going up and down, contemplating, the feedback. And I'm not going to even, but I will say this though, and I'm just throw this out here, but I'm not going to say anything because we're still in the air. But I did get a message from a huge organization that was like, right before some hours before that, there was these big meetings about the power of what I was doing and how it is pulling some people in it that don't want to be associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
And they trying to say we need to meet. And I'm like, no, I'm not meeting. So we're not going to go there. And you and I'll talk about that, because I do need to schedule. I'll call you because I want to because it's going to be a little war on that deal.
We'll do it.
But they're going to fall in line. But I think the other part was what I was doing. And like I said, in saying it to the audience, and it was just so great to confirm everything I said to my small audience to a bunch of people, and getting people who just kept saying, I didn't see it this way. I did not know. And it's like you open up their hearts and their minds. And it was just, and I'm like, you can do this. You're doing this, but you can do this on a bigger level. Then you go back home and you take it from there and don't look back.
And you did it. That's the thing too, is it's because you showed up every day. You're getting up and doing the work, and you are the hardest working man in the podcast business. I'm telling you. There are moments, we're real friends, Roderick and I, and
Yes.
Ethan too, like we're buddies. And so when you have questions, or you want to process, or you and we're buddies in the sense that I could call you because I also know that you're going to tell me the truth. And
yep.
It's your experience. You don't have any issue sharing your experience. I have no issue sharing, information with you too. And we go back and forth, and that's what helps us kind of people find our tribe, like our team. And what's crazy is, Roderick, we've only known each other, 3 years?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And so, but literally, like if I could call you at any moment, and I know you better feel that same way. And
I do.
Yeah.
Yes. And then if I can't reach her, then I call Ethan.
No, and that's true. You do. If you're like,
I'll call Ethan in a minute, like, me and him will be talking, and by the time we finish, I said, just share the conversation with Courtney. But anyway,
just tell
me and my boy Ethan, we get into talking. Yes.
You do, which I love, absolutely love that too. And so even I was doing something, and that's how I knew you were on. I was just, living life on a Wednesday, right? And Ethan texted me, said, hey, I popped on and saw Roderick, and he, said something. So I was like, oh, okay. And so that's when I popped on and was like, hey, buddy. But anyway, what I was going to say to you, Roderick, is the cool thing is, if you would have ever told me that this is what I'd be doing for a living back in, the day, and
right.
Even when I found my gift and I knew that I wanted to share the
right.
gift, for me to be sharing it in the evolved way that I share it today, and then at the level, like, oh my gosh, that we just kind of said yes to these different moments, guys. Start to really watch the people you're hanging around, or start to watch those choices.
Oh my God.
It doesn't happen overnight. It just means that every moment, take a breath and know that you have the power to come back to it, just yourself, and step into the next better choice. I always just say, try to make the better choice. If you live a life doing that and having good heart, good intentions, guys, life can skyrocket. It really can.
I don't think people really grasp the commitment that it makes to be a servant leader. And I don't think, I think not that we make it look easy, because I try to tell people, unless it is a dire war presidential type situation, I'm going to be here no matter how I'm feeling. And some days I don't feel up to par, but it's like, you need to be there for somebody. It may not be everybody, but there's somebody who is coming to listen, to hear you, that you're going to cheer up, you're going to do some things. And there's days like that. But I will say that everything I ever done, all the moments, all the conversation, everything I talked about, the Project Black project, everything, it all came to fruition that one moment when I walked out up on that stage. And that time I was able to look out and see all the people who has arrived. And I just sat there like, I didn't come to see the show. I couldn't be the show. And I'm like, if you came to pay to see me, you know, bought a ticket. You know about a ticket for me? You know what? I'm going to entertain you tonight. And I told him up front, I said, here's what you're about to hear. And here's what I'm about to do for you. And I just sat there and you know, and just decided if this is it, this is the moment, you're here. But being a servant leader, there's a responsibility. And that responsibility sometimes require you to go further within yourself beyond that you even want to go. There are places I got to go study and things I want to do and talk about that it's just for that. But it allows the audience allow me to grow, because the more I want to give them, the more I get continue this rabbit hole and grow. And it's just a beautiful thing. And I've watched your audience just blow up bigger and bigger because we talk about it. We talk about all the little things that, and again, you know, I tell my community, you know, we're a self-funded community, and we need support. We need all that support until YouTube says, okay, you're now big enough. We're going to kick in all of that support. But in the meantime, the little stuff comes in, the little stuff help. And I tell everybody all the time that, you know, I appreciate the little things, but at the end of the day, it's hard work. It's emotional work. It's draining, but it's so fulfilling, because just like I had the couple crying and telling me about their marriage and all of that, it was like, this is why you do what you do. And then you come home and you want to hug and stuff, and I get off the plane and nobody knows me. I'll be like, I just came back. I almost saved the world. I can get a hug or something.
Almost. Don't. Yeah, you did help save.
You know what I'm saying? I helped some people, change some lives, and you get up, you know, and everything else. But
that's what's to come. That's what's to come. So sometimes we show up. I remember, let's talk about relationships real quick. I remember, you know, when we're working in the right, I don't want to say right frequency, but in a high frequency, we're saying thank you, but no thank you to those that are old choices or things like that, patterns or whatever. And we're saying yes to, you know, higher caliber of energy, which I know is what we're all doing, because we're all going to a higher realm, if you will. Right. And so when we do that, sometimes the road gets lonely. And what I mean by that is sometimes we're single. I was single for a long time until, and I kind of start like, oh wait, I'm really happy. I could really feel like I was getting ready to meet somebody. And
by the way, hang on before you say that. Put the ring up on the screen there. I mean, just put your hand up. Don't take it off. Just
it's kind of fuzzy because that camera's way over there.
It ain't fuzzy. That's a diamond.
Yeah. He did very. Yeah. He's.
Yeah. There's much love there. Yes,
there's so much love there. There's so much love there. But what I'm saying is that I knew, I could feel, I dreamt, and I did meet Ethan exactly at that time. Now he was newly divorced, and I just was like, that man is not ready. But I knew that I was about to meet something. I knew it. Now I didn't attach it to him at that moment. Okay. Thank you for the congratulations. Yes. I didn't really attach it to him. I just knew that I was becoming what I wanted in a partner. Like I knew that I was working, I'd fallen and was continuing to fall in love with myself in a way that I'd never fallen in love with myself. Like I liked me. I was okay with my, you know, mom arms or my, you know, roll or whatever. Like, you know,
right.
We're all so hard on ourselves, but when we can fall in love with ourselves and our careers and our choices, and that we can really start to better that, I'm telling you that is when I fell into that kind of connection with myself. That is when Ethan and I came back together in that sense. And it was the coolest thing ever. And it's a real beautiful, like communicative relationship. And so what I'm getting at, Roderick, is when you get off the plane, see that person staying in there, like, or visualize that person going with you on those trips. I mean,
right.
What I have now with Ethan, you've met both of us constantly, right? Because we usually travel together. And so I see that happening for you too, Roderick. I think you're going to have it. But if you told me that would have happened and I had a person by my side that valued my work, valued the business and all of that, and showed up for me in the way that he does, I would have thought, wow, that sounds like a dream. I don't know if it's really a true potential of something that could really happen. I'm telling you, it is. It's
Yeah, I think it takes a special, and it's possible because you're living it. You know, it does take someone to walk in and say, it's almost like the scary part is that I know I'm a supportive person, but I also know I have a huge journey and a huge thing that needs to be done. And the towing of that is if the person shows up and have their own ambitions of things. I'm not like, don't do what you're supposed to do, but yet my heart of hearts would love to have the support of what I'm doing, right? But then you have to say, okay, but I'll support this dreams too, you know, of all of that. But then lately I started been getting the vision of how big and complex in the right way that what could be done could answer a lot of things. And for me, it's always been a financial struggle of trying to, you know, live life a little different, you know, because it's a huge sacrifice. Oh my God, it's a huge sacrifice. But now when I look up to all of the stuff that's all about to hit, and you look back on this road, and then you say, okay, you want to share it with whomever or whatever you're going to do. And like I say, it's that challenge, and as I jumped off a little bit because I try to not stay there as much, but it's been the most confusing ride of saying, okay, you're going to be in this relationship, you're going to make your choices, you can choose, you can do, but you know, and I'll we both got kicked out of there. I don't know what. There she is.
Hello.
Look, we got kicked out, didn't we?
Yeah. So you got kicked out too?
Yeah, I got kicked out too. Yeah.
Oh wow. Listen, we were talking about love too much. Yeah, Ethan.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, we probably talking about love too much and all of that. But yeah, you know, again, you know, there were some times I would be all for it. Some days I'm against. Some days I'm like, no. Some days you got to do what you have to do. Some days you say you can wait. And then I started noticing I was stalling on what I was doing because you want somebody to come in to feel that they're a part of it, because you don't want that argument of later on, this is your thing and not ours, you know? And I'm like, you know what? You know, but you got to keep moving forward and doing that. But yes, I will take your advice and visualize someone standing there when I get off the plane, like, hey, or they're with me, you know, they're rolling with me.
Yeah. I will tell you that I remember when Ethan and I were just in that new stage, and you know, he has been with UPS for almost 30, it's 32, I think almost 33 years now, and very, you know, logical,
Yeah.
and grounded, which I just love that so much. But he's so sweet, has the biggest heart. But he was asking me about, so what do you do? And he was, you know, he had lots of questions. And you know, I was raised Southern Baptist, and you know, it just, you know, both with that Christian faith. And so that he had questions, and I just answered them to the best of my ability and from the heart. And when he was, you know, he wanted lots of details, and I'm I don't, I'm like, I don't know. I would tell him the way I would connect or
Right.
to me, but I'd say you really just kind of have to be around to see it. Like, I mean, I'm not going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm so amazing, like all of this information. But he's there every day. You know, he's heard about all the crazy, amazing, beautiful moments that are so sacred and sweet, but he hears them firsthand, or he'll be here when a
But ain't
client.
that so powerful though, when you know somebody want to hear exactly not how your day, but how was this experience you just had, you know?
Yeah, no, he is one of, well, I would say he is the most supportive person that I've ever had ever in my business life or whatever. And but the way that he shows up and supports too. So when we were in England, I mean, he's, you know, he does all those things and does it without me ever expecting or
Well, I'm
asking.
glad y'all had fun because I couldn't go and
I
you
mean,
went. Yeah.
I went in your place and we did have a ball, but we wish we would have all been able to go together. That would have been amazing. But what I'm telling you is when it's the right person, you don't have to ask. I mean, you can have those beautiful, clear conversations so that you can just say what everybody's boundary is. But as far as the right partner for you will be a partner who will understand that your work is your baby. And that's that. Yeah.
And I used to try to say this little joke, but then people take it the wrong way. I was like, I'm going to have to marry my business and make my wife my mistress.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then we're going to really have some fun.
Yeah.
But you're right. I think that, and I will give Ethan his props because, I mean, here he is thinking about retirement from his job, but he's saying, I am coming in to not only support, but learn all the places that you need and don't really need to focus on, but it's important, very important, YouTube and understanding the strategies. And it's the most beautiful thing to when I hear him having that conversation and me and him talking, and it's all about you're doing something else, but me and him's talking about preparation for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That is amazing. I'm really seeing that and I have a lot of respect even for him anyway, but just to hear that and we're just talking and he's looking forward to it though. He like, I can't wait till we kick her stuff off. So I am out of there.
He's like, yeah, we're definitely doing that. But what is cool is he means it too. He's so sweet.
Yeah.
And he's, to the way I say, I've been doing it myself for so long. It's so nice to just have somebody who's also excited. You know how it is, Roderick. And I think I said this to you the last time we talked on the phone was that, and many of you guys might understand this too, as adults, when we do something that we're like, oh my gosh, wait, we did, like, we're excited. And we also don't want to scream it from the rooftop exactly because we don't want people to think we're either bragging because it's not where it's coming from. It's coming from such a 5-year-old little girl, like, or little boy, like, oh my gosh, look what I did. Look what I made. Look what I went up.
Right.
It can be such an internal sweet thing. And so when we don't have that really close person or friend where we can be like, oh my gosh, look at that. And then hear us from that heart and be genuinely supportive and excited for you. That's hard. And so what I think is that when we can find that in, first of all, a partner, oh my gosh, that is amazing. And when it's also authentic, but then also in really close friends around us. I know that I could call you with anything, Roderick, and be like, oh my gosh, this is what's happening. And you would be so flippin' ecstatic and
Yeah, I mean, I'm on your journey. I'm on your journey with you, and you win, we all win, and I win, you win, because it's all knowledge and experience that we can share with one another on the same journey. And then when we get out there in Miami or some at Billy's in the house, we just chilling. Everybody's having just there, and it's family time now, and watching those big giant burgers he be trying to cook, but it's that whole thing of saying, yeah. And then looking around for me, looking at their lifestyle and saying, that's my beacon. I want that too. I want to invite y'all out to my house or my elevator. You get what I'm saying? And let's go to work, at this point. And so I think but it allows you to know it's possible, number one, especially in the space that we're in. And then also having a reference point that you can come back and ask somebody, they're already doing it. How can I micro this system that they're putting together? And then you begin to build your team and all that. And so, like I said, I just think you're correct. I've always that's what I wanted. I know what a journey is, and pretty much. But I also, on another note, I had two close friends, in this thing, one in the past and present and different ones. And sometimes, I hear that I talk too much about me, and I'll be like, oh, okay. But it's like they ask you, well, how's your day? I'm like, well, shit, how's my day? Where do I begin? Now I'm a little reluctant to that over these last two experiences, and like, how do you share what you think you want to share? So
well, it's not easy. And I think that goes for lots of people, but um, I I have certain depth of relationships, and some of them
Mhm.
are some of them are family, where I know they can only hear me so deep. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
if I go too far deep, it's meant with like you can almost see
Mm.
uh, they're not interested, or they're not holding space in a way that is kind of meaningful for whatever it is you're telling them, whether it's a hope or a dream or an accomplishment, or you just simply your day or whatever. When you start seeing that it looks like it looks like their face is showing that something stinks, you're like, oh wait, maybe I've said too much, and we can
Maybe you
still.
said too much. Yeah, sometimes you can do that, I think.
Yeah, and so that's when we need to say, "Okay, well, I love you," and we can still love them. They just can't hold space for us for their own reason. We don't have to get into it, because that is more about them than you. Now, so what we do after that is then you pick up your phone and you call Courtney, or you pick up your phone and you call Kika, or whoever you need to.
Right.
And what I find is that the people that I talk to are the people who are also moving, shaking, and getting shit done, excuse me. But those are
Yeah.
my hardcore people. So I have friends that I love them so much, but the ones that I really call in those moments of need are the people that they typically match me energetically, which means that they don't have a lot of time for BS. They're not going to call and just shoot the nonsense conversations are going to come, and they're not offended when you're like, this is what's going on. Okay, I love you. I love you. I love you. What's going on with you? They can take it, hold space for you. Okay, I'll talk to you in 3 weeks. I'll talk to you in a month. I'll talk to
Yeah,
you.
and you just pick up where you left off. And so like today I had and we'll talk about it when I give you a call tomorrow, but it was just so magnificent today at the phone calls. I was on the phone all day today. I was handling business and I was like, oh man, this is good. People calling. I had a college, a radio station college, and it's huge out of New York. They emailed me today and said, we're watching your stuff. Can you talk to us about how you putting your stuff together? And it was the general manager of the radio station, but it's a black college in New York. And she just said, I've been watching you and blah, blah, blah. And they have this huge, all these big people that I look at. I'm like, whoa. And then she says, we just want to hear from you. And it was just so amazing. Now, granted, I wanted to pick up the phone and call the people close to me and just share that one. And then my big project, we all got on the phone with that, about to kind of just really ink some stuff up. And I just said I couldn't. And I was like, man, I didn't know, but it's like, but I wanted to hear whatever my other people got going, because you want like, what's going on in y'all life, And I think for the first time today in a long time, I just looked in the mirror and I was like, this is you. Just complete the process and go ahead and just keep going. And it was a hard moment for a second, but other than that, it was surreal, especially after this weekend. It's like everything is just like, and it's like, you already know where you are. You already know what you're going to do. You already know what you got to do. Let's go do it. And then you want to just tell everybody, all right, come on, y'all, let's go. I got it.
Cool, and even that feels like when you say that doesn't that feel so big? Doesn't that feel like, oh my gosh, right? You know that, right?
Yeah.
So then, but we also know that even once you accomplish that, it goes again to the next. That's the thing that I think is so cool, is there have been so many times in my career and my spiritual work, all of it, where I've had so many different things where like, oh, I want to do this. I want to hit this goal. I want to hit that goal. And I've crushed so many different goals that if we thought that there was just one or two things we ever wanted to do, you guys, we've got so much beautiful life to live. And so can you imagine crushing every damn thing you can possibly even think of crushing?
It is now into fruition that I started taking some stuff off the menu and then putting all the things that are now just sitting there. And then I look back, you guys, look how far you have come, all the things that you have done. You should know exactly what you're here to do. Just look behind you, and the path is woven. The skein is woven already anyway. So let's hit this thing. And now it's like, get your vessel, which is my body and all that. Start working on that. Start reading. And so, like I said, I'm just consuming information and all that. And it is so beautiful to know what you know, what you're going to be doing, what you're supposed to do, and how you're going to do it. And the good part, I can look down and just say, you're going to get, monetized for what you do. You are going to be blessed for what you're doing. Now, it's like the world that says, I've been standing on you all this time, and now it's saying, okay, you survived. We're going to help you out now. It's your time.
Yeah. Well, and you never gave up either when it was hard.
No.
You've seen that image, many of you guys I'm sure have, where it's like two miners, and they've got those little picks, and they're picking, they're mining, and it's like two tunnels. And so they've got the gold, and at the end, here's the gold. And this guy was just so tired that he gave up right here. And this other guy down here kept on going. He got the gold, and it was literally like right here. Like this guy was so almost there, but he gave up.
And I think what happens is, it's to a point now, you can begin to get what we call a point of no return.
Mm-hmm.
And you're now too far forward to turn around and go back. And you can't really quit, because I always had this dream of sharks, and they don't sleep, right? They're always just swimming to get me or whatever. And I continue to go. You're going to do this. You're going to do this. But I think at the end of the day, for most people, they do quit. And they say they don't, but a lot of people quit, and once they do that, then you might get into a situation where I was struggling so much, Courtney. I was making struggling a habit.
Yeah.
Well, and when things was going good, I would sabotage it, because I'm like, no, I can't be in this zone where it's going good. Oh, let me start something else over here just to bring some havoc back in my life, right? And now I'll be like, whoa. No, we're not going to do this. But I will say that where I look at things today and all of the stuff is just a shout. And I'll just like, thank you across the board to everything, all the things I've been through, all the things I've done, all the people who said, no, you can't, you shouldn't, or you will, all the people who believe in you. Now you want to let them know, thank you for believing in me. I want to become everything that you saw in me, because I want to give you back everything, and you do want to just help other people. You do want to, and like I said, I just had a full dose of the future this past weekend when you got 20,000 strangers, Roderick. And like I said, I just thought, man, I'm well known, but I forgot my name was on the front of the cart, right? My name was sitting there. You know what I'm saying? So they knew, but it felt good though.
Energetic. Wait, I'm like, I'm not going to let you do that, my friend. No. So that was happening. So take a breath in.
We're going to take a breath. Yes.
Take a breath. Go back into that moment when you were hearing it.
Roderick. Yes. So they was cheering. Yes.
Frequency. And it's not, I know it's not from, it might be a little bit ego, which we all have a little bit of that, right?
Oh, yeah.
But what it is, it's that little boy that gets to show up just and share his expertise. It gets to share his knowledge and his words. That's so fun. And so when we get to have fun and do this, that's also when we're in our light. To me, it's like I just posted a reel about this today. We're also rushing to try to get to not be little kids anymore. We're trying so hard. What's the thing? What's my mission? What's my whatever? And then once we get there, we're like, holy crap, can I go back to oh my gosh, I need to go and have fun again. I need to find my innocence. And I think that's the thing. It's going back to that innocent thing where we get to show up and we get to play, Roderick.
There's a kid in every queen. Yeah. And a queen. There's a girl in every queen. And that has always been the thing that I wanted, is to meet the person who will take me out of that serious phase, but just make me laugh, because you just want to be a kid and just chill. You know what I'm saying? And just like, hey, let's laugh, let's talk. But this weekend I got to see the kid in me as I'm rolling on this cart, and I'm like going and like, hey, I'm tearing up, right? Come on, yeah. And then I raise my hand, y'all quiet, yeah, and just hear the roar, and I'm like, you know what? That is so much fun. And like I said, it all came in home that this is who you are. This is what you're doing. You're so blessed to be here. In fact, this is where you're supposed to be. Now that you know this, and then when I had that meeting and just talk, it's like you go back now, you get this stuff done,
Well,
boy.
now so listen, guys. So what Roderick just said. So you said now you know this. So take a breath in. You could be anywhere. You are meditating now. So take that frequency that you now know and into your meditation. So when you're after you pray, you meditate, whatever you want to call it, you sit there, put yourself in that space of play when you got to show up and you were hearing Roderick,
Yes.
before you knew that the name was on it. You were attuned to the energy and the frequency of that higher vibrational thing. This is science. Yes, we could go, into a million different directions with it, but it's catching up, and it's all about, it changes internally before it changes in our external world. And so we have to feel it. We have to know that vibration exists in that frequency, how to raise and attune to it. But you can do that now. And so I believe that you had that experience so that now you can understand where to go. And it's also with the same that you talked about Billy and Elizabeth's house too. It's beautiful. I mean, the entrance is like, oh my gosh.
Oh my God, the big old 50-foot doors up there. Yeah.
Pyramid. They're like two pyramids on the side. It's really perfectly on brand, by the way, but beautiful, so gorgeous. And so anyway, what's cool is that when you reference like, oh my gosh, that house, all of this, you're seeing it outside of you because it's possible for you.
Yes.
That's it. It's a frequency. And so this is the thing is, like my ex-husband and like many other people see it and they're like, why do they have that?
Yeah.
And so they go boop, 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 boop. They tank in frequency, while the rest of us see that and we take a breath in, zip them like, oh, when I see things in the physical outside of me where I'm like, oh my gosh, that's cool. That would be amazing. That would be awesome. In my mind, I take that full 4-count breath in, I pause. And on that pause, I say this every time. Thank you for the awareness that is mine. Thank you for being a teacher on my path. Asking nothing but the highest, truest, or the best to manifest upon me now. I say that in my mind. And what I'm doing is I'm attuning to that frequency, connecting to source, God, light, universe, and I'm claiming it moment by moment. And I'm telling you, my life has changed. I've started doing that. Anderson's 9? Probably since she was 7 years old, I started to do that mantra and use that. The leaps, the bounds, my life was good. We're all human. We all make hard choices and have to pivot at certain moments, which is usually par for the course, right? And we learn.
Right.
Doing it right, we're learning and we get better and better. But when we actively start tuning in and creating the next step by breathing into it, Roderick, oh my gosh, your lives, lifetimes, multiple dimensions, whatever you want to call it, are all going to change. It's incredible.
No, I really, the other blessing part is having people like you in my life, in the just the resource of counsel that's around me. From when I'll call Billy or Liz up or something. Liz and Billy are two different conversations, but they're both on point though. Liz gonna tell you like a THI is.
She's an Aquarius.
Oh my God! I tell people when you meet her on that side of the fence, you go hear exactly how it is.
Which is why I love and value that. I require that in my life because I can't take anybody just telling me what I want to hear or sugarcoating anything. Just give it to me straight, and that's great. And so I love that. Yes.
Yeah. And then when I talk to, Doc B and then King Simon, and you just all of these resources of people. And that was another thing that hit my mind this weekend. And it said, it is time for you. It was like a big hit, like, okay, move into your thought leader mode now. It's time for you to let your audience know things that you do know, things that you don't talk about, some of the excellent things that they don't know it's in me that I have. And I'm like, because for the moment I was like, why would I do that? They just want to hear about UFOs. That's all. And it's like, nah, okay, let's take this into teachable moments and let's put yourself together and do these things. And like I said, it's this weekend, once again, like you said, just hearing it. But Friday, I got here on the live stream, and a lot of people who are here will remember. I kept telling them the word now is what I said to everybody. I said the word now is activated for all of us. I have now witnessed now. And that was before Saturday. It was confirmed 10 times over when I spoke Saturday. I was already on the now thing Friday.
Now is the only thing that exists.
Yes.
Now is the only, so, and we wrote about this in my book. I'm like, where is it? Is it sitting here? Oh, it's right here. I'm looking at it. Within the Power of Universal Mind. It was out 2011, published by Schiffer Publishing. You can buy it on Amazon. Anyway, we wrote about this in this book.
Hold it up. Let me put it up on screen. Hold it up so they can see it. There we go. Bring it in the middle. Okay. There we go, y'all. Within the Power of the Mind. One of the moderators, find that link on Amazon and stick it in the chat for her.
That's right. Thank you. Within the Power of Universal Mind. That's right. By Rochelle Sparrow and Courtney Kane. And so 2011. And so we talk about energy. This is energy. If we're not viewing, it is quantum physics. And so when nobody's witnessing this, looking at it, do you know it? The particles just kind of separate and they go like into the air. So we only, am I getting too out there for everybody?
No. Go.
Good. And
everybody who's here is supposed to be here listening.
Is supposed to be listening, right? And so it's the same. So what is observed is change. So when we observe particles, they change into a different form. But what I see is what I need to see, and it's through me and how I perceive it. Now, we might be looking at the exact same thing, but because of our traumas, our past lives, our choices, or whatever, we all will view something different. Okay. And so it's very, very interesting. So call it spirit, call it energy, call it whatever you want, divine light, call it quantum physics. It's all the same thing to me. And we're all just fighting for labels and whatever. But when you're here in the now, Roderick, let's go back to what you were saying. Then now, if we, in this moment, every time we're freaking out about the past, we're ticked off because this person did that, and it keeps rotating in our minds. Take the breath, come back to where you are in this moment. And even if you have to ground yourself and say, well, what do I have to be thankful for? And you're like, nothing, I don't have anything to be thankful for. Well, do you have air conditioner? Do you have, electricity? I've got electricity. Okay. And I've got, what I have? I also have internet service. Ooh, have an iPhone right here. Okay. I'm so thankful. If it's just the minute little tiny things like that, where you have to come back into gratitude, doing that will change your vibration. So if you go into gratitude, that's why I always say, thank you for the abundance. That you've heard me a million times say that, Roderick. I say it in my sessions. I say it all the time. If you watch my podcast, I say it 42 times in a podcast, probably. And it's because moment by moment, I'm in that space of gratitude, which also raises in my energy and frequency goes to a higher level, because we can't have negative energy and gratitude in the same form. It just doesn't fit. And so when we come back, when we're freaking out about the past, or we're in that space of worry, Roderick, you and I've both talked about, the financial obligations for, all the things, everything, right? We talk about all. And so, but if we stay in the space of worry and freaking out about all the things, you're actually putting your order into the universe then. Like you're saying, those are the things I want. So it doesn't mean ignore, it doesn't mean not pay your bills, doesn't mean, don't listen to the anxiety when it's rightful anxiety. If you're like, shit, I need to pay that bill, go pay your bill. Don't keep letting it be stressed, right? But if you can keep doing what you just said and come back to in this moment, well, and in this moment, I'm okay. In this moment, I've got my breath and I'm fed, I'm whatever. If that's all we have to get into that space of gratefulness, you're going to be better suited to be creating the next moment. It's going to be really cool. And so think about that as you're moving beyond your day. Are you in the past freaking out? Are you in the future freaking out? Or are you in the now in such a space of gratitude? Think about it.
Yeah, no, it's all about gratitude, and and just thinking it all. I can remember all the way going back when I was doing the TV show down in Los Angeles, and standing in my hotel room looking at a line of penguins. I would say all people dressed in black and white, hundreds and hundreds, all just going into this one little trailer, and they all are trying to get this one part. They're dressed for it, and they're reading whatever it was on that paper. And then I'm sitting in the mirror going, you was chosen. And I walked out downstairs, and when the van picks you up, it'll tell what production studio you're going, and it's like everyone is looking, saying they cannot wait until that van picks them up, because they know they're in people. And especially when you're seeing, and I'm not saying this out of a negative sense, but when you're seeing Oriental people sitting on corners homeless for the dream, I'm like, this is, everybody was there, all different races, and had their bags for Hollywood, just with the wish to getting one opportunity, just one. And here you are, you've been requested, called, you get down here, boy, you do your thing. And the other part about it, and I'm not ashamed to say, here I am on this cart, I'm a big fellow, I'm big for my age. And, I wasn't worried about that, and they weren't either. But the whole point was that you be you.
Yeah.
But I could see some other people, there were some big folks looking like, represent for us. I'm like, yeah, this is temporary, but still, represent. I'm like, I'm representing. I got y'all. Because you can do this too. We all can. But it wasn't that. But you can see other people saying, how do I get where you are?
Yes.
And that let me know, don't waste your time where you are, because uneasy lies the head who wears the crown. Everybody's gonna want that head of yours, boy. You better, and so I just felt so much the whole 9 yards. And like I said, this whole week and everything, and then today, phone calls, the book, everything is just coming down like it's for the hit and just go and be ready. And all of that stuff. And again, that goes back to what you said earlier. And I think that's really unique for you and Ethan, and for him to look forward into being on that journey with you. And I think that's probably something I could say I've always wanted, to just double back on it. But at the end of the day too, you get tired of waiting, and you just say, go ahead and go on, go do your thing.
Can I be rude and ask how old you are, Roderick? I think we're around the same age.
I am 25 times 2 plus 4.
Oh my. Okay, so you're not okay. So Ethan just turned 50, and I'm 47, and so we're all in that same neighborhood. So I want to tell you that it's never too late. Like I'm telling you, while I was open.
You're saying too late for love? You mean?
Too late for love. Yeah, too late.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about just being out there and just being a player, just go out and just, but it's not in me. You know what I'm saying? It's just not me.
Listen, Roderick, what you want is somebody beautiful and I don't mean just physically beautiful, but somebody with such beautiful intentions when you get off the airplane that you walk up and they're there to hug. That's what you're out. You're after connection. And so what I'm going to tell you is even Ethan was like, dude, he was so not interested in relationships at that time either. And we had both been really burned relationship in between, that time that we had met, which was so perfectly suited for both of us, because had we not also gone through that last moment, guys, every time that relationship's not showing up for you,
just breathe it in.
Breathe, show gratitude. Breathe it out, because at least you know that what has been does not serve you. So you're asking for nothing but the highest truths or the best to manifest upon you now. And so I'm telling you, when you do that, you set also your intention out there that you're ready, but you got to make sure that they're to your energy level or more. We're not going backwards. And so what I will say is that I wasn't looking for anything. He wasn't. And it magically, it's something neither of us have ever had. So when you said you started to feel like it's not out there or whatever, I would say that we were the same way. However, I knew that my heart was open for it if it was something to a certain frequency. And when we just stay in that frequency ourselves, we're not demanding anything outside of ourselves that we're not willing to do ourselves. So, if you're with somebody who's like, she's got to be but we're not putting that work in, that's energetically doesn't really match. So it can go with the heart, physicality, the emotional matureness, the patience. And it doesn't mean we're all perfect. We all have our things for sure. But the way you communicate, the way they show up, and the way we show up. And so we want energetic matches. What that means, the way I feel it to mean, is that, man, I better be doing the work myself, because I want somebody who's going to do the work. So
I'm with you on that. And that's something I do reflect when I look at myself in areas that I want to improve, especially physically. And you do want to make sure you do what you do. For yourself too, because you if you want what you want, you at least try to give back too, all the same thing. So that's not something that I have not been aware of, and just trying to say, okay, this is something that that you're going to do. I think that for the most part, you do. Now, I have no mistake about it that, especially with some of the things I'm working on in the future, that my opportunity of meeting people is not going to come in fruition, and it's going to happen. You will hope that you are able to establish some ground relationships prior to, because then you would know this is real and this is not, you know who you're with and who you're not. But I have yet to, I think I've done a bad job of giving people my vision and hoping that they can see themselves in that vision. And hopefully they raise their hand and say, I'll go on this ride with you. Because you want somebody to say, hey, where you going? Yeah, we both are going down the highway. You got to have a tank of gas. I got to have a tank of gas.
Let's do this. Yeah.
But if we put our gas together, we can make it. We'll have a full tank. But so many people want to do their own half a tank of gas. They just want to stay in their car, and I get it. But you just, and I'm using that metaphorically, but I think that I've done enough of that, sharing the vision, trying to keep, I used to, I've only done it most recently, but I try to let the other individuals, this is everything that's happening. So when you make this choice,
Yeah.
You know the potential of things, what's going on, and you do that out of kindness, but then that back of your mind says just keep quiet, and just do what you do. So that's my confusion of, do you want to spill it all out, or do you want to just be walking down the street? Every time you stop, something bumps into your back, and then you walk and you stop, something bumps in your back, and you go, what the hell is that? And it's her. Like, what the hell? She's like, I've been here all this time. You just say turn around, I got your back. I've been having your back all this time. You're like, oh shit, okay. Well, come on. I don't know. It's a fairy tale side of it, but other than that,
it can be a fairy. There's nothing wrong with that fairy tale. I will tell you that I think they do. I don't think I would say they do exist whenever, we show up and we do it. And it also means we're always a constant state of work and all of that. And I think that we all have old stuff creep up, and it's also how we communicate and work through that. And when we have that partner, those partners make those things easier. It's just incredible when you find somebody like that. And so I just suggest at this point to hold out until you do. Hold out until you do,
Yeah, I think it's I guess I'm a holdout one way or the other, It's like, and you do some things, but I don't know. I'm okay.
Let's do a session. I can't wait to it will help you decide which choice or what are the possibilities.
All right, put me on the calendar. What day? What are we doing?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Do you have time Friday?
Heck yeah, I'm gonna make some time. Yeah.
Look at this. I think. Let's see. How about, can you do 10:30 or 10:30, or we could do 1:30?
1:30, because my spirit will still be sleeping at 10.
I actually could feel it when I said that. I was like, girl, your
my soul be like, you want me there?
You would have done it if I said that's all I could do.
I would have done it. Yes, I would have woke all of us up, and we would have been.
Look, everybody, Roderick. This is going to be the fun thing. Why don't we? What time did we say? 1:30. Okay, let me change.
1:30 p.m.
Okay, perfect. And so then, hey, how about that? We can come back and report if you want to share your experience. You don't have to share it all,
Mhm.
but you can say, this is how the session was. Yep. Give your
I
honest.
will. I will come back and share
I
the,
love
the important part yeah, I think it would be, you know what? I'm excited. Yeah, I can't wait, and sometimes you want to know as much information as you can, because there's so much other things that, I may miss, and because you want it to be simple. You want to just, like I said, get hit in the head with a rock and you'd be like, oh, it was you. Oh, okay. But now you got to work so much, for some of this stuff though, it's just kind of, and I remember talking to Billy the first time when he met Liz, and he finally said, we was having a conversation. He said, yeah, I just met such and such. And I finally, but he was like, I finally, and I'm like, okay, then shoot, when you know.
I remember her calling me. She's still.
I was right, because y'all go back a long ways, you and her.
Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, let me look here. I'm trying to. Okay, good. I'm still trying to move this around. We said 1:30. Okay, so I remember she met Billy. She called me, and Elizabeth had been a client of mine since it's like 10 years at this point, maybe a little bit going into the 11th year. And so Elizabeth has been a client. She's listed me in her first book. She calls me her spiritual advisor, which, yes, I have been, and spoke with her today. And so, and dear friend now. So she and I bridged that gap of client, whatever relationship about 4.5 years ago. And so, she's wonderful. She's amazing. But those sessions are so transformative, you know what I mean? And so it's really, yeah. So I don't even know what we were talking about that brought that up.
Well, we were talking. I was just alluding back to him finding the right one.
Oh yeah,
and her, yes.
So I'm like, where was I going with that? And so I remember she called and she told me about meeting this guy, and she said, look him up. And I hadn't really ventured down Billy's, work at that point. And so we talked about it. We talked about her love life. We did a session and talked about the possibilities of the connection there, and which is incredible, so cool. And at this point, Billy and all their kids have had sessions with me, and so cool. So, but when they met, it was such a, like that familiar knowing where you're meeting somebody that you've known for so long, and so it's just super interesting. And we were there, I guess, from the beginning, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, it's one of those things. I think it's and it's really time for our ride too, right? You got you and Ethan, and
you'll be inviting us out to a wedding for you, Roderick. Can you imagine?
Now I'm not. I was getting ready to breathe it in. And you know what? It's scary enough because I'm open to it, right? Yeah. And I try to listen to people nowadays, and I don't think a lot of people do it. But if you meet someone and they're just, that is not on their menu, it is not on their menu, because a lot of time people tell you, oh yeah, I don't see myself doing that or whatever. And I try to be the one whenever I would talk with anyone, not even we went there yet, but I'm open to that possibility of being, together as one.
Yeah.
And now that I'm a little more seasoned than I was before, and then I do understand the war of it. In other words, it is a true commitment. It ain't none of this crap.
Yeah. No.
And you have to, but you look at little micro commitments from these people though. You have to look at the little things that you can ask and do and all of that. And if those little things start adding up to a lot of none things.
Yeah.
You have to start looking at it. And this is why I try to do little small commitments the best I can. And then I try to, even if I'm messing up, I'll be like, hey, let me try. I'm trying to fix it. I want to fix it, but it's going to happen, as most people say. Yeah.
Everybody in the comments are all saying, we want Roderick to find their true love. And then M. Thomas says, he will. It will.
What is a true love, though? I mean, you know what I'm saying? What is that now?
I used to think that, how many, we're all, older now. And so used to love was like that. And no, that is not love at all. Love is, to me, like this chair having my back, like it's holding me. I'm never convinced they're and that's how I've got the other person. And also, you want to get them naked, I think too. That's got to be there, right? You want to, like,
Oh my God! You could, if you ain't said nothing else, and you don't say so much tonight. And I don't think people think, because I've said this before. I might I want to get naked, and they think we're talking sexual. I'm not saying that. Oh no, let's get behind this conversation, and I'm gonna ask some piercing questions, and hopefully we're saying the same thing. But hopefully we're saying the same thing, right? Or you?
I think so.
Okay, then. I mean, I'm just saying I could have paused it, and you and Ethan got naked, and all that. But I'm saying those are the things, because you got to know, you got to ask, and you want people, you got to have these conversations, and it's all about getting to know each other. And when you get someone that's holding all that stuff back from you, shoot, you got to be careful.
It's gotta be real. It's got to be real. There was a conversation I remember that
Look, Ethan heard the word, and he can't wait to get home now. He's like, I'm turning my truck around.
Wait, I'm like, I'm real, but I'm real tired. No, I'm kidding. So, just kidding. So, but I remember a conversation that we had speaking of like getting emotionally naked, where we'd had a conversation and Ethan was telling me an old story. He's probably like, quit telling all of my stuff, right? And so, what was interesting was he was sharing this old story about something, and something he said kind of struck me, and I was like, oh wait, it's like, as a woman, I didn't really care for it or something. And so I paused for a moment, and maybe about 5 minutes went past, maybe 10 minutes, and it kept just recirculating in my mind. And I thought, okay, I got to say this out loud. And that's what I've learned in our relationship. And before, was that if it crosses my mind, we have to speak about it, period. Like, and there's no holding back, no any of that. And so I took a breath in, kind of put it through my filter of, is this, you, or are you being irrational, whatever it was. And I said it out loud. Whereas like in my first marriage, he would have caused a fight. It would have called whatever, because I had questions, or I just wanted some clarity. And I said it to Ethan, and he sat there and he said, well, this is the thing I'll never forget. I might be ad-libbing a moment, but he said, but what part of that story or that conversation didn't resonate, or that you actually don't like? The way he just said that, I thought, oh my God, like, wow, he really wants us to understand each other. It shocked me. And then
it's so powerful. Yes.
He didn't get mad. We talked about it. He said what he said, and he still was saying, well, this is how it was, and I would probably do it the same way again. And I took a breath and I listened to him say it, and we talked about it. And there was I didn't see it his way, and he was okay about his way. He understood my end of it, but it didn't cause, I love when two people can, where they don't have to agree. We can all honor somebody else's perspective and truth. And that was that first moment where I was like, wow, I was shocked. I was shocked because I had never seen that before. I mean, my parents had a beautiful relationship, and that was kind of the way they were, but I had never experienced it myself. And so I think that when it's right, it might shock you with the level of understanding, compassion. And when you communicate, even when it's harder, even when you're annoyed, I mean, I get annoyed. He does too, we're all human. But when we share it, the other person has such understanding that nobody matches the other when we're in those separate energies. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. And that's something I learned, because I do that too. I might say, well, how did that make you feel when I said what I said? Because now when you ask that question and that person answers you, there's no doubt. And usually, hopefully, when you do, the person is getting to a point that they know you're trying to understand their feelings, their thoughts, because now you don't do it again if it's something that bothers them, because now they literally know. And hopefully sometimes that it's all about learning that safe conversation talk, right? And pretty much, and I try to do that, or I might try to just say, hey, I'm learning. Oh, it's my mistake, or here we go. Let me try to do this, or and you're going to continue. You might make the mistake over and over, but as long as you're relaying that I'm trying, I'll get there. I don't know what my magic number is, and then you're there. I think for me, it's and I had this to happen once, and I'm just kind of throwing it out there, but this was a while back. But I had a great day, in just kind of, and I finally talked to the individual at the time, and I was like, the day just wasn't right without talking to you.
Yeah.
And I was meaning it. The person told me, well, whatever, what the hell are you talking about? And I was like pierced, like boom.
Yeah.
But it was one of the best days, and I wanted to share, but I was letting this person know I hadn't talked to you all day, but I couldn't go the rest of the day without talking to you. And it was like this game, and so it's like, how do you know when people take you serious about what you're trying to say and not? But
well, I'm like sitting here looking at you. I know Ethan doesn't care, but I know he doesn't care. He's sure he's got this, but what he's so sweet, and I'm very much like, I'm very affectionate, and
right.
words of affirmation and all of that. I'm definitely not clingy at all. I like and need space. I'm an Aquarius, just like Elizabeth is. We need our space and time, sometimes downtime. But the person I love definitely knows I love them. I would say, Ethan.
He says, I always care. He let you know he cares.
He always, I know you do. And so, but I remember Ethan asking, he was like, in a past relationship, he said that word like clingy or something was used. And so he said, do you feel like I'm like that? And I was like, 100% not, no way. But what he does is he shows, not just by words, but by actions. He shows he cares. And so I think that if they want to, they will.
Mm-hmm.
And if they do, you'll know. You know what I mean? So there will be no question. If somebody sees your love as clingy, or somebody sees your love as too much, then they're not the right one. They're just not the right one. And so if they do,
I just think sometimes some of these people never really experience. They may have done dealing with all these hard heads before, and then when the real one comes,
Yeah, but it also, listen, I think we can do the healing work for ourselves to get to that space where we can allow love in. I mean, that's what I had to do. I mean, many of us run, or I would say I was a runner before, or I would ice people out. And it takes a lot of internal work to learn what maybe also your possible toxic traits or whatever too.
Right.
We've been through different things, so we can't constantly blame the other person and not really look within as well.
And so, I reflected on that moment too, and I was like, maybe it is me, and they're just being who they are, right? And they're just being who they are. They're on autopilot of who they are, and maybe it's me. You could be just throwing too much of yourself out there, or just things that
it won't be too much. It won't be too much for the right one. It will never be too much.
Yeah. And so I was just like, okay, but that moment, I'm telling you, this was, it happened a while back, but it set me in motion. I was like, wait a minute, dude, this cannot be real. This is, you didn't hear what you just heard, right? And it's like, no, did you? And then you try to be, because you're a full grown, I'm a full grown man. And so you want to be all intimate, like, baby, I was serious. I was serious in what I said, and like, you would. I'm like, yeah. And then, I mean, I'm a man, I can fight back, but you just take the blows and you be like, boom, boom, like, damn.
And most women have such a masculine shield before,
I did ask, I said, is this a woman thing? And she said, ain't no woman in this.
We can be, so when we're single moms, when we're used to doing, oh my gosh. And so it can take a long time to access a true woman's nurturing, heart or something like that, for them to allow themselves to just fall into their man. I think something I used to say all the time was because I'm a strong woman, I've been a single mother, self-employed, I handle it. But something I used to say as a single person is I'm just ready to have a partner, a man who's more of a man than I am.
Right.
And in my relationship now, he is the man of the house. I love that there's no part of that I want, but what happens is I feel so safe and I feel so secure and I feel so grounded. But I also feel heard and loved, all of those nurturing things that we as a feminine energy really want as well. And he hears me. And so it can be such a huge balance of us finding or stepping into our masculine energy or our feminine energy so that we can help the other party to be just in their space. You know what I mean?
I'm with you on that. And I can say I experienced as a man, when I was married to the she-wolf, and that I remember having a conversation on the man of this house. And by the time I realized when that conversation was done, it's like, if you have to tell this woman that you're the man of this house, you are not the man of this house. And I'm like, you got to remind her that you're the man of the house. And this is this. And I say this because I ran through a tape today. This was on social media. There was a video of this lady talking about protection from her man and how she said some women look at it as controlling, but she said that she will always ask him, hey, you think I should do this, this, this? And she said that she would do it because it was just getting the protection. Is it a safe place? Should she go? Should she not? She says, I don't do it because I'm my own woman. I can do what I want to do.
Yeah.
But I do ask him so that the protection of all that, and if he doesn't feel comfortable about a situation, then not. And I remember I think I text Nicole and a couple of people the video. Nicole is my researcher, and I just wanted to know a woman's thought about it. I got a 50-50 response from it, but I think that it's one of those things that you look at and it's like, I don't know. I mean, you have this, and I remember when I was married to my children's mother, when I was young, she had a bunch of sisters, and all the guys used to be at the houses, and her mom used to stand on the porch all the time. Y'all don't need no man. If I knew she was being programmed then, you know what I'm saying? As a kid, it's just one of those things, and pretty much. But I'll move it back up to real time because I can care less about all of that.
Right.
It's behind me. Who cares? We're talking about now. And yes, and now, yeah, you want to know that you're strong. You do, I'm strong. I do what I do, and sometimes you want to show that other side, but you got to be careful who you get that other side to. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, now, do I need to be this ferocious, hardcore dude with this person all the time, or can I show the loving side, and then is that going to be shown for weakness? But yet, I'm displaying all the things that I'm doing to know that this is all man here. This is all power here, But when I'm with you, I may want to show, I want to let the guards down. I don't want to be in my fighting mode. I just want to say something. So that's the idea that I think I would.
I think so. And I think that there are moments with something I love about Ethan is, first of all, especially with my line of work, I'm, a spiritual advisor. I tune into frequencies and energy all day long. I see clients, people are asking me what they should do or whatever. But with client, I'm just his fiance. I get to, I don't have to have all the answers. I don't have to be the one always in charge, although sometimes I am, of course, right? But, and I mean like house stuff, whatever, right? But, he's got that, and he knows when, when I'm too tired and that maybe it's time for him to level up on a certain way. And I kind of know that way too. So we help each other. But in those traditional roles, there is a real comfort in that. And I don't take offense to allowing him to have those either. I think that we as women have been so trained over the last, few decades, 2 decades, 3 decades, whatever. we're taught that it's going to be us, but what it really does is it teaches us separation. And
Are
my
you
father,
saying as far as telling someone else that it's going to be us, or what do you mean?
like us women, we tell ourselves
Oh,
like
okay.
we've got this, like we don't need anybody, da, da, da. And
Oh my God, yeah. I run across a lot of that. Yeah.
well, yeah, but I mean, that's what the media has been feeding us. And where it's hard to be a feminine nurturer when we're also having to go out and work like a man too, and come home and then supposed to nurture and show space in that too. So when sometimes we as working women, when we come home, we sometimes just want to fall into you all too. But very often you men need to come home and have us to fall into as well. And so that's why I
Oh yeah.
think,
Don't say that now, because they don't. You're saying it right. I don't think, as a man, I will say that, but I think it is real delicate
yeah,
for a man to let that woman know that he wants to come home. And I say this because, come home and just fall in her arms. And I say this because I was watching this lady telling her story, and she was just really divine. And she was saying that her man, he was at work, and she had fixed dinner. She was cooking dinner and some stuff for him, and he was late. And she said she was furious. She said that he was late. How dare him? She was cooking his dinner and blah, blah, blah. She had just got off the phone with her friends, and friends hyping her up. And she said right before, something told her, calm down for a minute. And that, she said, when he got home, he walked in, and she said that, like normal, she would greet him and give him a hug. She said that day she walked up and gave him a hug as normal, because she said she wasn't about to do that. She was ticked off.
yeah.
And she said, as soon as she did that, he fell in her arms. He said, baby, let me just tell you about what happened to me today. And she said she learned from that moment that had she went off on him at his most vulnerable time, that it would have just altered everything. But because, she just was pausing, and that was his reason for being like, it was some major stuff that happened. And he just broke down crying about his day to her, and I can remember many, many times, and I can say this, and I don't mind being transparent. When I was married to the she-wolf, I remember I had a day where I needed the emotional support. And I can remember the conversation of, well, if you don't know what to do, and I never said I didn't know I wouldn't figure it out. At that moment, I need to think it through. And she was like, well, if you just don't know what to do, blah, blah, why, blah, blah, blah. And I'm telling you, that changed me for like, our relationship was never the same. I didn't want to protect. I didn't want to provide. I didn't want to do nothing.
Yeah.
I was done.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's something about those daggers, like I said, that can be thrown, that I think somebody, and I will say this, Courtney, but I really think there are people out there, male or female, that can't recognize when that good things show up.
Oh, well, I mean, I haven't.
You know what I mean?
But haven't you been in something where you were like, whoa, wait, I really screwed that up.
I done screwed this up, right? And it's like,
that's called life. So call that a past life. I don't know about you, but I feel like I've lived so many lives within this one. And so, I mean, we got to learn the lesson. So when it smells like a duck, quacks like a duck, whatever, when you see another really great one and you're like, ooh, wait, do I need to repeat what I've done in the past? Where did that get me? Right?
Yeah.
Show gratitude right here, and then make the better choice. So then you get to choose, like, so that's even in my relationship. I'm divorced. I've had relationships, plummet and fail, and me do the same damn thing over and over until we get it right. Sometimes we do that. And when I see that, I mean, we've been through some things we don't really fight at all. We had one thing I would call a fight, and it's probably most people's, little minute something, and we communicated the whole way through. But in that moment when it happened, we might get triggered to do something in our old toxic way, or something that no longer serves you. But in that moment, when you sit there and you're witnessing, like, oh, wait, Okay, so how do I want to show up here? Because how we show up is typically how they're going. Typically, if you've got a balanced person, they're going to probably, if you hold space, you're loving, you're kind, they're typically going to do the same thing for you.
Yeah. Now, and I'm with you on that. I think, like I say, it was, you know, and I only talk about the most frequent, but like I say, when I was sharing that, and when I was like, hey, talking to you was I just wanted to talk, and I usually would talk to this person for hours.
Yeah.
And today I was just so turned, like, what the hell what just happened? I was vulnerable because I had just had this great day, and I'm like, man, I'm finna go tell. And then it's like, why do this? Why?
Yeah.
And it was a moment, but luckily I had so much other things to do. I couldn't wallow in it, right?
Right.
And I was like, oh, you got all this stuff you need to be working on. There's people out there you got to serve. You got all this. So get into your headspace and continue to kind of do it. And then it was just kind of crazy. Our phones was messing up. It was like something was trying to break that conversation because it could have went left for me.
Oh, right.
So I was like, no, I can't. No, wait a minute. I'm letting Billy Bad Heart out today. You know what I'm saying? It was like,
yeah, I have a very, like, I know that what is that song? Words or sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Since I was a little girl, I've never believed that. I'm so sensitive. A thought, a feeling, watching a movie, a show, something, I can feel it. It moves through me in a way that I can't explain. And so words, when somebody, even when I was so young, would say something, it felt like, I don't want to call it an imprint, but it moved through me. That's what I want to say. And so it does not mean I'm perfect. It does not mean I don't lose my marbles occasionally. I'm pretty chill for the most part, but I'm human just like anybody else is. But when I am communicating with those that I love, I do try to be mindful. It is very rare that anybody's had a true mean thing, I believe, out of my energy or my stuff. I mean, I've been angry and I've had hard maybe fights even with people, but as I've never been one to say things to hurt somebody or to be mean. It doesn't mean that I didn't hurt somebody's feelings because of my truth or something, and then we have a conversation about it, and then we then understand it at a different level. I'm sure that's happened multiple times, but there's never been something where it was like, well, you blah, 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 and to hurt somebody. So I think that intention is really important in relationships. And if we're with somebody who doesn't fight fair or doesn't know how to communicate from the beginning, we're not typically going to change that energy. And so I know that for me and my empathic self, so used to, I would date and see their fullest energetic potential. And I would go there. And so when they would only come here, I'd be like, wait, what in the world? But this is who I saw, not the way they're operating in the world.
Okay. All right.
So when we're empathic, when we're psychic, when we're just feelers, we tend to choose up here because we can feel their highest source. The problem is they don't live in that space, and they very often can't see their greatness, and that's the hard part.
I call it the Mother Teresa syndrome. You're looking into people more than they see themselves. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So for me, what changed in my life and my relationships as far as dating is that I finally I turned that off. And so when, I see lots of spiritual healers and big thought leaders come to me and they're like, but we have past lives, okay, yes, sure. But how are they showing up today in this life? Your word now.
Gotcha.
And if they're not showing up, and if today you would not want to be married to that person, 80, 89, then cranky, you wiping their butt. I'm not kidding. If that doesn't work today, it's never going to work.
You know what? You're saying some powerful things. I mean, you've been saying it all night, just throwing these nuggets. But I think that, for anyone, as we're having this conversation, because it's not hard for me at any time when to see into someone and say, okay, I can see the further on down this path.
Mm.
What I try to do is, and it was a sad thing in the past, because I used to try to blame the fact that I had this good heart and my bodysuit was protecting it, because it's not going to attract the wrong person who's going to, try to mess this thing up. But I always say that because you have so much things that you have to do for others, you got to make sure you get the right person on this journey, because this person can mess up something for hundreds of people. Just altering your day had just altered 1,000 lives. You know what I'm saying? And you want people who's in there for that journey to understand the power of them, not you, their power. And I used to sit there and like, well, maybe, you're going to do this Toad and the Princess situation where you're focusing so much. And this is what had happened. I focused so much on this journey that I wasn't focusing on me. I wasn't paying attention to my personal needs. And I was drawing in that energy of others. And it wasn't until this last month or two where I'm now starting reading stuff for me. I'm starting to look at how I need to eat, or what do I need to do, the exercise program for me, not what everybody else is suggesting. What works for me. You know what I mean?
So do you know, it was listen, I'm a curvy woman, and I've been, tiny, and I had, eating issues when I was in high school. It was all wrapped around grief and loss and all my mother's death and yada, yada. Got through that. So, but do you know that Ethan and I, first of all, I fell in love with myself at my heaviest. For me, I was the heaviest I had ever been. And I was so shocked. And I kept saying to my my assistant Pamela, which I think that you've spoken with her, Roderick, but or we've all chit-chatted together maybe. But for like 2 years, I kept saying, my God, I just feel so content. And I mean content with my heart. And this was before I was, dating Ethan. I was like, I'm just so content in my body, in my business. I was so happy. And it was just, and I've been happy often in my life, but it was a happy I'd never known. So I can't even explain it. And so it was a happy at a new frequency. And what I meant by that was I was happy in my skin suit. We all know how difficult that is. And I think that it doesn't matter what size we are, because I've been heavier and I've been smaller, and I've been just as uncomfortable in both moments, if that makes sense. And so when we find what feels good to us, when we find, doesn't even have to be the word feels good, but when we find contentment, oh my gosh, it can be such a powerful thing. And Ethan and I started dating again, I want to say, when I was at my heaviest, and I've lost, a good amount of weight since then, but there's something in
but ain't that magical though, where know that person is accepting you for who you are, and then you want to be better for them?
Well, no, I want to be better for me.
Well, okay, but I mean, yes, okay. First, it starts with us anyway, but you just want to give them the best version of you, is what I'm saying.
Well, then it's just fun. You know what I mean? Then it's just we have more energy, we have more life force, we, all the things, and so but what's interesting is, his remark would be, yeah, you look great, but that would be completely up to me, and so that, but I understand when you were referencing a relationship and somebody who can show up today in life the way it is today, and the reward and the perks of what's to come, when it's going to happen exactly the way it's supposed to.
And that's always been that thought. You just said it, the reward and perks of it all. Yeah. And then, but like I say, sometimes I find myself on a different take and saying, F it, just you go ahead, and you're going to do it for you. You better go ahead and do it for you. And then you ask yourself, would you take that person in your divine? In other words, how do you look at this? And even though I think I would probably make the same choice because I see what's in anyone that I'm, interested in, right? Yeah, regardless. And you want to be able to be that person in all those things. But I think at the end of the day, like for me, and like I was alluding to, it's been a challenge to try to say you're going to stay this way until you meet that one, and then you make the changes. Now it's like, forget that, make these changes that you need to do anyway, and hopefully the journey is going to go with you.
The person's going to match your heart, because now listen, we can get stuck in the flash, and if it feels like this, you might want to, we all might want to watch that. But the person that's going to be there for the right reasons is going to feel like peace. It's going to feel like, no, we want to be able to dress up and have fun. Man, we go to some really cool places, right? It's fun to dress up, fun to be
absolutely
cute.
Yes,
it is. But it's not, listen, and as I say that, I like nice stuff. I like diamonds. Hello. But it doesn't, that's not at all. You know what I mean? I want to be content. I want a happy life. I want to get to show up and play in my light every day. And holy crap, get to call that work. That's amazing. Get to be paid to travel, to do podcasts, to sit here with you, and to connect with everybody. I think
it's a wonderful life, though, what we have. I think it's so surreal to do what we do for a living. And serving others, but it does make the best of us to be better at who we are, but just to be able to walk in this. I mean, in the countless emails that I get for the lives that you touch and all of those things. And and I think the greatness of with Ethan and you is him being able to witness this and knowing that's my wife to be right there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And he listening like, yeah, I know. Yeah.
I think he'll be in here pretty soon. I think he's going to be getting home pretty soon. So we might get a UPS man pop in. We'll see.
Hey, we know, and we'll, because he should be. I thought it's Fridays when he comes. Oh no, he's changed his schedule.
Yeah, listen, first of all, I love that you know his schedule. So
yes, I know his schedule.
He did. Yeah, listen, me and the moon said he's on his way. First of all, I love that. I love you guys. How funny. So I just texted him and said, hey, the dogs are out in the house. I'm like, so Mr. Brinkley, just pretend they're like toddlers, and who knows, that they better have been good while I've been in here. Anyway, so it's interesting. I think that to be able to show up and just get to come together and meet really cool people, and then bond, and then find that, oh wait, we're not just friends, we're family. I think it's just the coolest thing ever.
And I think that I was talking to Nikki, and of course she was debating on bringing the guy. I think he made it came to the last party, but for a while
he did.
Okay, so it was taking her a while. Like I said, you can bring him around, and I would say, to a few things. And in fact, I was like, okay, here's what we're gonna do. But I try to warn people, like, if you're gonna meet these folks, you know what I'm saying? It ain't coming in. If you got some questions, you might want to leave that behind, because when everybody's around, it's a family thing. It's a conversation, but it's cool. But it's also that circle that we are all forming. Like you said, the conversations that we have, the dreams that we do, the collaborations and the friendships and the love, and just knowing we're all in this these different parts here, but we're together at the core, right? And I think it's just wonderful. And you're not looking for a bunch of outside friends for that.
No,
you're just looking for the ones who's going to enjoy that intimacy of all of that, and then we all can do some stuff together.
What's cool too is that everybody shines also in their own way.
Yes.
And so that first year, we all kind of came together to film, and we all had met each other virtually, for a while, right? And then when we met, it's so fun because you feel that bond, and it's just confirmed in the physical when we're together. And so, that's been many, many moments now where we've all had moments to be together and bond and break bread and all those things, and talk on the phone. I talk to you on the phone, you and I call each other and check in, Kika and I mean, Nikki and Nina and the girls. I mean, I'm telling you that Forbidden Knowledge Network it really is a family of people that support each other all across the
Yeah.
states. I mean, I almost said the world, and I stopped, but there are people that help out the team that are in England and whatever, and so we connect with them too, and so it really is awesome. And so I think that, guys, almost carrying back to what you were saying earlier, Roderick, when you were saying, people look at you and they're like, wait, man, I want to do that. You're giving me, you're inspiring me to show up and I want to do a podcast or whatever. And what I think is cool is we don't let perfection get in the way. I mean, if you go look at my first podcast, now yours, I think, have been pretty awesome all the way, but mine were so
it was hideous in the beginning.
I love that. Okay, good. Yeah. Mine are so good. They're somewhere like, oh my God, so cringy. But
And I do that now, Courtney. Every time I go to like a big YouTuber, I go up there and I click the oldest videos. I do it every time on purpose to see where they come from. And you see cell phones and choppy stuff, and you can just see the whole part of like, yeah, it's all from everything, the idea, the conversation shifts, the Wi-Fi's, this guy. And, he used to do math problems for kids, the Wi-Fi. That's what he was doing. And he shifted to start doing this conspiracy stuff. Now he's got millions and millions and making mega money. I met one of his team at the thing, and the guy was wearing the stuff, Wi-Fi team. And he was like, do a video for such and such. And for the guy, I was like, yeah, because I've been trying to meet him anyway. And next thing you know, he said, I'm gonna connect y'all. And just it was just kind of surreal, but you're correct. This journey is amazing.
I think it's so incredible. And you say that, most people don't know. Now, you and I talk about it quite often, but I have been following so many, this music industry stuff, the Diddy stuff.
Oh my God. We need to touch on that. Hang on a minute. I'm going to take a restroom break. You're going to be here by yourself.
I'll be
back. We got to talk about the Diddy stuff real quick.
Okay, let's go. Let's do it. I know.
Right. I'll be right back.
When you get back, then I'm going to go grab a drink. So you go do what you need to do.
I'm going to leave you up here by yourself. And you're now.
Hey, friends. We'll handle it. Hey, guys, ask any questions. So if you've got questions about, connection, intuition, any of that. First of all, oh my gosh, we've been live 4 hours and almost 30 minutes now. Roderick, of course, was on longer than I have been, but wow. That's called friendship right there, guys. So any questions that you've got going on? I want to tell you, though, if you are, I see so many people, just like Roderick had said about, hey, I want to do podcast and I want to do, I want to talk about the things that you're talking about, guys. Begin. Again, my favorite quote is, the more we know nothing, right? And so I think it's so cool to be able to just start where we are and not be too hard on ourselves. Thank you, guys. We are having a really cool conversation tonight. Thank you for subscribing, by the way. Guys, do me a favor and subscribe to my YouTube page, Cosmically Connected with Courtney Keensides. And then also Instagram, TikTok, all the things. Damon, did I watch the Terrence Howard interview? I did. What'd you think about it? He is speaking the truth. I asked Ethan, I was like, please watch that. I told my oldest daughter that she and her fiance was like, hey, that's your homework. I want you both to watch it. And then I want to come back and hear what you think. So everything he's been saying is something that variations of it I've been saying for years. I know Billy has. He even referenced Billy. Who caught that? By the way, he referenced Billy Carson at a certain moment. And I was very proud, very, very proud. Had to text Elizabeth and say, did I just hear Terrence Howard reference Billy? And she said, he sure did. So that was lots of fun. Ryan says, what would you recommend to be a unifying practice? Kenya idea that recently came my way is breathe in for me. Hold for G, holy, release for the world. It's amazing. Yet, yes, I think that sounds awesome. I mean, I'm breathing in moment by moment. If you ever listen to my podcast, I mean, I can barely get through a clip where I'm not reminding people to come back to that breath. And guys, it's free. It's free. That's where your consciousness resides. So go there. David says, I see a connection with his linchpin and the crop circles. I think I need to go back and re-listen to it. I was doing stuff around the house, so he was showing lots of slides and all of that. So I kept thinking, I want to go sit down and actually watch it. So I'll try to do that in the next couple of days, Damon. Tina says, so awesome to see you on here. I'm so glad and grateful to come across the 4BK family. Hi, Tina. I see you there. Thank you for being here, my friend, and everybody else. Yeah, we're just having so much fun. All of us, and it really is a family. Oh, there's our friend.
All right, you can go take your break. I got you until you get back.
I'm just going to grab my water, and I might let the doors in or the door open to see what the dogs have done to my house. I'll be right back.
All right, man, we're going to get into some Diddy stuff a little bit, y'all. Yeah. I know some of y'all still up and it's late where y'all are and all that good stuff. Yes. Great conversation though, right? Great conversation. And yes. Even the redesign. Yeah, we're gonna I'm really want to hear what she got to say about that stuff. Yep. Absolutely. And I'm excited. Anyway, let y'all know the book will be published in a few weeks for the Conscious Award. So you come get a signed copy. We're going to be doing that. Yeah, and pretty much. All right. Can't hang with old Eddie Kane. She says she can't hang. Might have to take it down. Have to get up and early, she says, and stay up late.
Hello.
All right. So, we usually talk about this stuff on our Freaky Fridays. You got to join us on one of those.
Yeah, let's do it.
Really? What about this week? What are you doing this Friday night?
What time Friday night?
We start about 8:30 on Friday. So.
Oh my gosh, you're such a night owl. Yeah, I can do it Friday night.
All right. Why don't we do that? Why don't we talk about the puffy thing Friday night instead of?
I think that is perfect. Look at me now. My eyes are being all crazy.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's talk about the puffy. We'll go into that this Friday at 8:30.
Okay. That's beautiful. I'm blocking my calendar actually right now.
Mm-hmm. And if you want, when I set up the stream, we can stream to both channels.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. And then I'll have my co-host to be here with us too, Me and the Moon. She comes on Friday. So
perfect. Okay, there. Yeah, I just blocked it.
All right. Well, let's do that then. We're gonna let you go to bed. I'm gonna say goodbye to everybody, and we will continue this Friday. And then Ethan, if he's home, tell him to sit next to you. We can bring us all in this thing.
Let me see. I'm gonna yell, Ethan.
Oh, he's there already.
I think he's here. I'm like, Mr. Brinkley. I'll make him text you. I think he is home. I think I heard a hello. Hi.
Hey, I'm gonna peek his head over here, and so they can.
Babe, come in here.
That we need a verification process.
I'm coming. I heard that when you said hello. I was like, oh my goodness, thank you guys for being here. You guys are so sweet. Yeah, let's do this again Friday. And so
it's 2 days from now. 2 days.
2 days from now. Come in here, Mr. Brinkley. Looky. See, it's our own.
There he is, man. We've been, of course, there he is. That is our. Oh, look, the dog is getting it. Everybody's happy. Everybody. Let me tell y'all something. There's nothing like dog love, right? I'm telling you, can get some dog love out of somebody, boy, you got some love. I'm telling you.
Look, see all the babies. Gang's all here. All right, we love you. Have a great show. And
all right, we'll see you Friday. We're gonna get that puffy thing going Friday.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, Ethan. Appreciate you, brother. We'll talk.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, brother. Bye,
all right, okay. I'm gonna pull you out. All right. So there we go. Y'all saw the greatness of my sister Courtney in the house. We're going to be getting ready to get out of here, everyone. And I know y'all been here, but make sure y'all come back Friday. Everybody, y'all be here at 8:30 Friday. We're going to be talking about some puffy stuff with Courtney. Me and the Moon will be here. Maybe some of the other folks will jump in. Some of y'all can hop on stage with us too. So y'all have your lights and cameras ready. And y'all hop on with us. We're going to have a full house. We'll knock it all out this Friday, and we're going to talk about that, right? And just kind of go into that, and let's just do it. Let's just do it. And so anyway, again, make sure y'all are ready to come on stage. Some of you, if you are going to be there with us, and we will put this thing together. We really will. All right. So I love each and every one of you. So I will see y'all this Friday, 2 days from now. And I just want to thank y'all. So y'all get some rest and everything else. Let's get out of here. And we're going to shut this live stream down, and we're going to do some stuff later.
Why did Ruby shoot Oswald? Was there a conspiracy?
In a world shrouded in darkness and obscured by deception from the big secret keepers, a burning question ignites in the hearts and minds of truth seekers. Why? Let's dive into the abyss of the unknown. Challenge the limits of our understanding.
This bizarre sequence of double killings raised great questions. Who actually fired the shots that killed Kennedy?